I call to order this meeting of the King George County Board of Supervisors. We will open with, I will provide an invocation, and then we will have the Pledge of Allegiance led by the King George High School Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps, led by Major Grant Callahan and Master Sergeant Jeff Helker. Please rise. Lord, we just come before you this day. We thank you for the blessings that you have given us, and there are many blessings. We thank you for the blessing of your Son, who you have sent into our world, Lord, and provided as an opportunity for us to all have reconciliation, Lord. We thank you for that opportunity, that free gift for all who accept it, and we just ask that you reach out to all those around us and help us to reach out to those as well, so they can realize that opportunity for reconciliation with you, Lord, and have that relationship. We just ask that you be with us this evening and just give us guidance and wisdom, have good discourse, make good decisions, Lord, have good decisions that are in the best interest of our community, and just decisions that would bring glory to you, Lord, through our actions. In your name we pray. Amen. Thank you, everyone. So we will start with a presentation from the King George High School Naval Reserve Officer Training Corps. I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt, but would you mind using the microphone so all those, Mr. Dines has one? Just so everyone could hear that's online and it's recorded.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Lieutenant Commander Savannah Nelson, and just last week, I assumed the role as a commanding officer of Fox Company. Joining me here this evening is our Executive Officer, Lieutenant Shelby Yee, and one of our dedicated chiefs, Chief Anne-Marie Wappelhorst. So let's discuss NJROTC. NJROTC is more than just a class and a program. It is a platform in which we take students and we build them to become better citizens and for success within their futures. We do this by creating leaders through opportunities, by providing them with field trips. We annually go on field trips over to AP Hill and go do their leadership reaction courses, as well as obstacle courses, and visit the Marine Corps Museum, as well as go see the Blue Angels down at Oceana, as well as offer scholarship opportunities and the ability for each cadet to speak with different people in career fields in which they might want to join one day. We have key speakers such as Jessica Bateman come in and discuss topics such as violence, alcohol, and drug abuse. This gives our students and cadets a perspective on what they need to watch out for and a much knowledge on where to go with certain things. Not only do we have these wonderful opportunities within the classroom, we are very active in our community. There's a community event, we'll be there, whether that's to help out or just to be seen, or our color guard to present the colors at something. We made a substantial impact this holiday season. We were able to adopt 12 families for Adopt a Family for holiday gifts for Christmas, as well as through Love Thy Neighbor, we were able to support 7 families with Thanksgiving meals, full meals. We were also, every Saturday, we volunteer at Love Thy Neighbor. Every cadet volunteers one Saturday in the year, and they really enjoy it. And this gives them really community outreach is a big part of our program and our core values, and every cadet shows out for this. And we're able to support this due to all the hard works of our cadets. They volunteer after football games and they clean up, and all those donations that we earn, they go straight back into our community. Not only do we do all of these things for our community and in the classroom, our color guard recently had the wonderful opportunity of presenting the colors at the Washington Commanders football game. This was wonderful, and it was so fun to do that. We also present the colors at various other regional events and community events on top of that. Fox Company has been doing great things, and we continue to strive doing great things and look forward to the years to come. We really appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all this evening, and we look forward to strengthening our ties within the community. Thank you. We appreciate it. Detail. Attention. Left. Face. Forward. March. Detail. Hold. Right. Face. Forward. Left.
Thank you so much for sharing the activities and the impact that the Corps has on our community, and thank you for those efforts that you put in and having an impact, a positive impact on our community. Does anyone else have any other question or any statements that they want to make? Okay. In that case, we will move on. We do have a couple ceremonies. We're going to start with Mrs. Marilyn Johnson. So I'm going to come down. We have a resolution. I'm going to read it, and we're going to have a presentation for her and for her efforts that she has provided for serving our community as well. So I'm going to come down. I'm going to ask that she comes up as well. Thank you, Mr. Dines. How are you? I'm well. Okay. So we have our resolution here. I'm going to read it off, and it's honoring Marilyn Tolliver Johnson for 40 years of service. Whereas the mission of the King George County Sheriff's Office is to promote a safe and secure environment, free from crime and the fear of crime, maintain order, and provide for the safe and expeditious flow of traffic, and practice the core values of integrity, respect, service, and fairness. And whereas Marilyn Tolliver Johnson began her service with the King George County Sheriff's Office at the age of 13 by joining Explorer Post number 1034, served as 4-H Teen Leaders Vice President, and graduated from King George High School. And whereas in 1983, Mrs. Johnson was hired by Sheriff Dobson as a communications officer for the King George Sheriff's Office, making a personal goal to be able to live, bank, and worship in King George, to have no traffic accidents, no traffic infractions, and to be on no daily prescribed medications upon her retirement on December 31st, 2023. She will have obtained that goal. And whereas in 1988, Ms. Johnson took on the responsibilities of as the Sheriff Secretary, Computer System Manager, and continued working as a communications officer. And whereas in 1991, Ms. Johnson was promoted to Administration Staff Specialist and Records Manager, overseeing 3 other administration employees and the function of records, reports on civil processes, and jury selection. And whereas Ms. Johnson is a member of the Virginia Association of Government Archives and Records Administrators, a statewide not-for-profit organization whose members are affiliated with state or local government and who are concerned with the management of public records. And whereas in her 40-year tenure, Ms. Johnson has faithfully served the administration of Sheriff Dobson, Sheriff Dempsey, and Sheriff Giles, and demonstrated a commitment to the mission and core values of King George County Sheriff's Office. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the King George County Board of Supervisors hereby recognizes and celebrates the exceptional service of Marilyn Tolliver Johnson, and calls upon the residents of King George to join in congratulating her on her service to the community by presentation of this resolution, adopted this 19th day of December, 2023. We had a couple of other awards as well that we would like to present to you that we're going to have the Corps provide. Would you stay for a second? Do you need help holding anything, or? Okay, I'm going to ask if my colleagues would come down. It would be an honor. Oh, I'm sorry, we have one more. Would you? Here, I'm going to grab one, the top one at least. I'm going to put it here just for the moment. And would you like me to? Oh. I'm going to ask my. Oh, good, my colleagues are coming in. Ms. Johnson, would you like to say anything?
Yep. I don't really need that.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
All of you came out and tested for me tonight. It's been a pleasure to work for three sheriffs, Sheriff Dawson, Sheriff Dempsey, and of course now Sheriff Giles. I promised him his 4 years. I've kept my promise. If you all heard the resolution, it's amazing to be able to work, bake, church, and live in the same place for 40 years. Also, to be on no daily prescribed medication, one of my goals, and to have no traffic accidents where I've been the driver, and to never have a traffic ticket in my life. Now, I've been pulled over several times. I never got a traffic ticket. I've loved my job from day one until now. Still will love it probably for a while, as they probably call me. And if they don't, I'll probably be upset. But I love all of them at the sheriff's office. We are a family there. I've been there since I was 13. That's all I eat, sleep, and breathe, the sheriff's office. Love King George is home, and I'm going to miss it, but I also will enjoy my free time. I'm also my church clerk, so I got plenty of work to do. And I will miss all the deputies' children. I've watched most of them grow up now, and they have their own children. I will miss that probably the most of them coming in. Many have slept under my desk. Some of you heard when they gave me the prize last week. That's what I'll probably miss the most of the children coming in. But I'm excited for my future, and I'm glad I'm able to walk and talk and still do those things and not retire and be ready for the grave. I won't make the record for King George County. I think my mom is holding that down about 59 years. I'm not even going to try that. I thought I'd be smoking crack if I did that. It's something that she's doing. I love humor, just so you all know. When you laugh, I enjoy making everyone laugh. And I did tell her that. She's like, you can finish and then you can start driving the school bus. And I said, Mom, I didn't smoking crack if I drive school bus. She just laughed. She said, well, I can still do it, keep going. And I'm like, nah, 40 years was my goal. I made my goal. And I'm happy where I am in life. And I just hope that it's successful in what I'm bringing. Thank you all so much. Oh, yeah, thank you, Dad.
Again, Ms. Johnson, thank you so much for your service to our community. It's been a blessing to this community. Yes, ma'am. Okay, we have a few more quick ceremonies that we're going to have. I believe Mr. Collins, looking at me. Okay. The ROTC, my understanding, will be the one providing. Ms. Binder, did you want to come down as well? Okay.
I'll just wing it. I've always said I want to be a game show host, so now's my time. All right, so I'm going to read the award. We're going to start with Mr. Granger. I've served my whole time with Mr. Granger on the Board of Supervisors, and it's been a pleasure. We've had our ups and downs, but I think we leave on a good note, and I appreciate his counsel, our sparring debates, and just understanding that, you know, we all want what's best for King George. So this Board of Supervisors Award is presented to Richard Granger for exemplary service on the King George County Board of Supervisors, King George County, Virginia, serving the James Madison District. Thank you for your 8 years of service.
Yeah, thank you.
Now I got to put you on the spot.
I'm going to hand that to you for a second. Thank you so much.
I'm putting him on a spot right now.
Thank you, Ms. Bender. I will be brief. I know we have a lot of business to go on tonight. First of all, I would just like to say thank you for the citizens having their trust in me for these past 8 years. It's been a pleasure to serve you. I'd like to say thank you to my family, who's been very supportive through these last 8 years as well. It's a big impact to them. Thank you to staff. None of this is possible without what the staff does. Thank you to my colleagues. I've learned something, I think, from every single one of my colleagues on the board through my time, my years on the board. We've had a number come through. I can definitely say there's been something I've learned from every single one of them. But thank you to them. Thank you to the staff who make this a success. I can't do this on my own. No one can do it on their own. And it really is a team effort. And my successes are because of their hard work. And so thank you to them. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Granger. All right. Next up, my fellow female colleague on the Board of Supervisors, Ms. Ancy Kupka. We're both styling the Christmas theme here, but Ms. Kupka, for exemplary service on the King George County Board of Supervisors, King George County, serving the at-large seat in 2023. We've gone to many events, many things we've done together, but and we don't definitely see all eye to eye, especially on something that's going to come later in the agenda. But I want to say that all of my colleagues, including Ms. Kupka, does try to serve the people to the best of their ability and what they believe, whether we agree or disagree. She always looked for the citizens' best interests, and her family's here today. And I know 2 of them traveled a little bit of a distance to get here, and Ms. Kupka is always very proud of her family. And I'm glad they're here to be here as part of this event. And I just want to thank you again for your service. 4 years, and with her leaving, now I'll be the only female on the board. It'll be kind of weird. Thank you very much. Did you guys want to come up? Okay. Did you want your family to come up? I tried to get them to come up, but. All right.
If I may, I would just want to thank staff for all of your hard work. You make the county go, so thank you for that. I want to thank the community for its support for the last 4 years, and most of all, my family for your love and support. Couldn't have done it without you. Thank you.
Round of applause again. Thank you. Mr. Stonehill. All right, Jeff, I have to ask, with your time as a deputy, how many years have you served King George altogether?
The community, 29 years.
So I want to thank, just to understand, I mean, not a lot of people come up and sit on this board after they've served as a deputy, and I really appreciate your service, and your steadfastness, and you're wanting to serve your community in more than one capacity. So Mr. Jeff Stonehill for exemplary service on the King George Board of Supervisors, King George County, Virginia, representing the Dahlgren District, and I'm sure a shout out to come visit his marina where everybody tells me it is great eating. So Mr. Stonehill, thank you and good luck in your business.
I would just say thank you for everybody that comes out here, and just thanks for the community. I did retire from the county as a county employee, and then I came back to do 4 more years because I just loved it so much. But I just wanted to say thank you for everybody, and thank you all for support, and continue to come out for the next board to all the meetings. All your voices are heard, so please come out and give your input. Thank you.
Thank you. And everybody, a round of applause for my 3 colleagues. Thank you very much.
I'm not part of the agenda, but I would just like to say that on behalf of the staff, and I know we heard it from some of the members, but on behalf of the staff, we appreciate the support and the guidance and the leadership that we had from Mr. Granger, Ms. Kupka, and Ms. Stonehill, or Mr. Stonehill, excuse me, sorry. But we thank you again for your service and the opportunity to work with you, and we look forward to your future. Guys, like to do the honors? Like to come back again? It's exercise.
So, on behalf of the Board of Supervisors, Chairman Richard Granger, I'd like to present this award to you for your dedicated service as our chairman for 2023. And on a personal note, I just want to thank you for being here for the last 4 years. You have been a friend long before that. We go way back, but a wonderful mentor to me. And I told you in 2019 that I would only run for this seat if you ran again for re-election, and you did, and you honored that promise. And I just cannot thank you enough. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and Supervisor Stonehill, Supervisor Kupka, can I have y'all just stay put? That way we don't have to come back around. Mr. Chairman, at this time, I'd like to invite our firefighters at King George to come in and present. I have 3 plaques I'd like to present to you. Mr. Chairman, in recognition of, and Supervisor Kupka and Supervisor Stonehill, in recognition of your steadfast support to the Department of Fire, Rescue, and Emergency Services, and on behalf of all of our firefighters, EMTs, and paramedics, I want to extend our appreciation and gratitude for your unwavering support as members of the King George County Board of Supervisors. You provided engagement, encouragement, and leadership over the past years. It is because of you that our department is able to render the exceptional service to the King George community. Please accept these plaques as a token of our appreciation for your support. And just to mention, our board liaison gets a special plaque because she is special to us. And we've had a lot of conversations over the years, and I can certainly say without any question that Supervisor Kupka is certainly engaged on what's going on in this community from an emergency response standpoint, and I'm going to miss that. So like to present this, and if Lieutenant Cook, if you can present Supervisor Kupka her plaque. And just to that 5 on that shield is in recognition. Miss Supervisor Kupka is our 5th appointed liaison, and that's where the 5 comes from. And then we have a Lieutenant Taylor, if you can provide which one you have. Stonehill, Mr. Stonehill's, and also Lieutenant Russell on Mr. Granger's. Thank you so much for your support.
Mr. Chair, and members of the board, I'd like to come to you tonight to just say thank you. These plaques that we're going to present to you here in a little bit are really small, very small tokens of our appreciation for everything that you've done for us. To echo a lot of what Chief Moody has said, without your guidance and without your just your support, we couldn't run the sheriff's office like we ran it. The 6th accreditation award that we received is because of your support and your dedication to help us do the best job we can to keep the citizens of King George safe. So Supervisor Kupka, Supervisor Stonehill, and Chairman Granger, please accept these plaques for your unwavering support for the King George County Sheriff's Office as at-large, Dahlgren, and the James Madison Supervisor.
Keisha, you good?
Okay, thank you everyone for that opportunity, and thank you for the honors, Sheriff, Chief, your offices and departments here. I really appreciate it, and I know my colleagues do as well. But at this point, we'll move on with our agenda. So we have amendments to the agenda. Mr. Miller?
No, sir.
Okay. In that case, we'll move on to public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address at the time of public comment. If comments relate to a particular public hearing item, the board requests that you please hold those comments until that time. And we do have a handful of public hearings tonight. So if it is about a particular public hearing, I do ask that you please hold it till that time. But at this time, the floor is open for public comment. So if you would like to, please come up.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo, and I live in Presidential Lakes. Tonight, I want to congratulate Mrs. Maryland Johnson for her retirement after 40 years on the job. I am very lucky to have her as a very special friend. She's a very special person in the community. It's lucky to have her because she's dedicated to the family, church, community, and her job. I first met her in the late 70s when she was volunteer for the Parks and Recreation Department. I remember being volunteer along with Maryland and T.C. Collins, who were both in their 20s, and how we became such a great friends. We have a great director lady named Kathy. I can't remember her last name, but she was young and had great personality. This director loved children, and every night was a party in the Parks and Recreation. But who was the light games and dance? It was us. But it was Maryland who was great playing games with the children and adults. She was very special, good at doing the limbo. She also liked to play the rope games with the parents. And that was my husband. She there, my husband, they play the rope, like, I don't know. But people like Maryland, I crave for the community. We've been friends forever, and I'm going to miss her in the police department. I love you, Maryland. Thank you. I love you. You want to take something out? Oh, I don't have 3 minutes, right? Oh my gosh. Well, I expected tonight to be Mr. Dobson here, but he's not here. I would like to thank him for his 35 years of service, of 40, I think, to the community. But his most important job for the sheriff was to take care of the citizens of King George, and he did just well. I was very lucky that he worked in the old courthouse where people could see him at any time. He always had friendly hello or advice for any problems that I might have. At the time, I was a young mother with 2 small children and a husband who traveled hard. And knowing that the sheriff's office was only a few minutes away was a great comfort to me. But I also want to give my thanks for the fine people at the Sheriff's Department, Fire and Rescue, and the Parks and Recreation for their service to the community. In the 70s, 80s, my children were active in field hockey, swim team, and horseback riding. These people were always there to help me with any problems. These wonderful people knew my children by name, and once when one of my girls had an accident at the school, they sent her to the hospital and they called us. Thanks again for everything, for the fire department, rescue squad, police department, everything. Thank you.
Brian Gregan, 9485 Elm Court, King George. My 3 minutes of public comment appeared to be the same length of time King George County spent negotiating the Amazon Performance Agreement. It appears that the Shiloh District and James Monroe districts were not afforded representation during the negotiation process at all. I am certain that the 3 outgoing board members have done good things for the county, and I thank you for serving the county. However, to approve a one-sided Amazon-provided performance agreement that was obviously not negotiated would not be good for King George County citizens. Community input has been ignored and facts have been ignored. Even detailed data analysis by the public has been ignored. Suggestions on negotiation options have been ignored. Delaying the vote until newly elected officials take over motions and requests by citizens have been ignored. The Amazon agreement process has been an absolute failure of representation on the part of 3 exiting board members. All 3 board members likely voting yes to the performance agreement will no longer serve at year end, yet they will leave King George citizens the results of irresponsible negotiation. Amazon will pay a tax rate of $1.25 until 2051, while other business owners will pay at least double that rate. 2051 exceeds the terms of the agreement by 11 years. This obligates King George residents to an extremely low tax rate to Amazon for the next 27 years. Amazon will utilize 6 million gallons per day of Virginia citizen water to cool the King George data center and very likely other data centers in Virginia. Amazon will profit billions from the King George data center site. I ask that Amazon be a good community leader, contribute to the King George community to make a positive impact, and provide us with water to meet our current and future water needs in the water services agreement yet to be finalized. The Amazon agreement will be Ann Kupka, Richard Granger, and Jeff Stonehill's legacy, and the taxpayers of King George County will be reminded every year until 2051 about how 3 exiting board members squandered an opportunity to keep taxes low, fund schools, fire, EMS, and police officers. As a result of the representation gap caused by the negotiation process and lack of water services agreement inclusion in the performance agreement tonight, I ask that you postpone the Amazon performance agreement vote until 1/1/24 so all King George citizens can be properly represented. Thank you.
Mr. Dunst, do we have anyone on?
My name is Kuntz Campbell. I live on Vernon Woods Drive. Mrs. Kupka, Mr. Granger, Mr. Stonehill, your leadership has been much appreciated and will be sorely missed, as will your well thought out actions. You listened to the citizens and made wise decisions for the benefit of King George County. Thank you for your service, your dedication, and your time.
Mr. Dunst, was there anyone online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
Mr. Brent Hunsinger.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. My name is Brent Hunsinger. I'm with Friends of the Rappahannock, and I simply would like to take a brief moment to thank the outgoing supervisors for their service to the county, as well as taking the chance to work with Friends of the Rappahannock and its members on all things that affect the water quality and the health of the Rappahannock River, with all the things that go into that. So once again, thank you very much, and I look forward to continuing to work with the outgoing members if possible. Don't be strangers, you know where we are, and I look forward to working with the incoming board in the next year. So thank you very much for your time and your service to the county and for the Rappahannock River. Thank you.
We have one more, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Anthony Stats.
Good evening, board. My name is Anthony Stats. I live at 9007 Clare Street. First off, I just want to thank the 3 supervisors who are leaving us. Mr. Stonehill, I love your restaurant. I think it is one of the best places I've ever eaten at. Your time on the board has not gone unnoticed. We may disagree on a lot of things, but I think you've done a very good job. Mrs. Kupka, thank you for your dedication to the county. And Mr. Granger, I have to say, when I met your parents working the polls, it was probably the best thing of the night. It was very fun. You've done a great job at representing your district. But as we enter this new chapter in King George history, you 3 must also realize that the King George voters have spoken in your 3 respective districts. Mr. Granger, you did decide to run for re-election, and yet you will tonight have a choice to either postpone the Amazon data center for the new board, the ones who have been elected by the King George residents to vote on, or you could just say, well, we don't care what the King George residents have decided in the November election. You know, we have this mandate from 4 years ago when Amazon wasn't even thought of. So we have a lot of things going on in this county: homeless encampments, rural broadband that has not, adequately been provided, our water, our debt, all these things the new board has to decide. This board will leave them worse off if Amazon is continuing to be discussed tonight and not postponed. So I asked the board to postpone it to January. Thank you.
No other public comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Anyone receive public comment to be entered the record for this? I have a couple for some of the public hearings.
I just want to make sure we track for a couple of them we have.
I had two at least, so if others had other for those, that's cool. And if someone had something for just regular public comment, this, okay. In that case, we will close public comment and we'll move on to reports from members of the board. Mrs. Binder.
Thank you very much. I'm going to keep mine brief, but I do want to once again congratulate Miss Marilyn Johnson. 40 years of doing one thing is quite an accomplishment, and a lot of people, two is a lot, but 40 years of dedicated service. I haven't heard anyone ever say anything derogatory about Miss Marilyn Johnson. Every time her name is mentioned, a smile's on somebody's face, and they tell a story of what she's done for a community. So kudos to you, Miss Johnson, for serving us for 40 years. And your mom, I wasn't sure if she said she's still serving, but I hope she makes 60 years of service. So she said it was 59. So thank you, Miss Marilyn Johnson. And I know a lot of us, when we get this board report, we pontificate up here, but all I want to say is Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and thank you to your service for my 3 board members that are leaving. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Binder. Mr. Collins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening, everyone. It's good to see you. First, I'll congratulate the 3 leaving members. Hope you're the best in your future. I'd also like to recognize Mike Thompson. I don't know if he's still here. He's retiring or has retired at the end of this month. It's always good to see the familiar face, and with him down at the forensic work and dealing with him over the years. Marilyn Johnson, she's, as everyone says, she's been here 40 years. And when I came here as a young trooper, I used to call her and say, how do I get here? And she would guide me in. That was back when you put the cell phone thing on top of the roof. So she's always been helpful in everything that I've ever done here, and my family. I'd also like to mention the NJRTC. As you saw them earlier tonight, they bring a lot of pride to this county. And every time they're here or anywhere they are, they bring pride to this county, and that's why we live here. Mr. Gregg and Mr. Stats, the performance agreement for Amazon is going to come up, and there's no doubt that it should be postponed till January, and I hope my colleagues will entertain that. Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Mrs. Kupka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to everyone who joined us in person or online this evening. Thank you to all those who shared their comments. I want to thank the King George High School, JROTC, the Sheriff's Office, and the Fire Department for their presentations this evening. Congratulations again to Marilyn Johnson on her retirement. I would ask the community that you pray for St. Peter's Episcopal Church in Westmoreland County. Their parish experienced a devastating fire this morning, to which our own Fire Rescue and Emergency Services departments, along with many others, provided mutual aid. So please pray for them and for any who were injured. I believe there are some personnel that were injured from neighboring fire departments. I'd also ask that our community pray for the family, friends, and classmates of a King George High School student who recently took her life. If you need help, you can call or text 988, the Federal Suicide and Crisis Hotline. Please pray for them. And again, I just want to thank everyone who supported me the past 4 years and wish the new board good luck. Mr. Chair, there was an email from Mr. Lynch.
I might have missed it.
It came in earlier today.
I see that, yes.
That's not related to one of the public hearings.
It is not. Did he ask to have it read into the record?
No, he didn't ask to have it read in. Did everybody receive it? Yes. Everyone on the board received it.
Thank you, Mr. Kupka. Mr. Stonehill?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for everybody that came out tonight, everybody that came to speak. And for the Sheriff's Office, Fire Department, thank you guys so much. Like they said, I've worked with them for many years, and it's been a great time. And both offices are just fantastic, and they continue to only get better over the years. Marilyn, I guess she's gone, but yes, thank you very much for coming in your service. She and I worked for many years, and she literally, kept that office going for years and years and years through 3 sheriffs. So I wish her all the best. Mike Thompson, I see you back there still. Just want to say congratulations on all your years of patrol and detective and forensics and school resource officer. And I know the school is going to miss you, the office is going to miss you, and we certainly are going to miss you. So I wish you the best in your next endeavor. And also wanted to say thank you for Jim Morris. He was my appointee to the Service Authority. He did 4 years with me as well. I just wanted to thank him for all of his time on the Service Authority. And also, actually, we just got a resignation from Ross DeVries from the Planning Commission. He'd been on the Planning Commission for a long period of time before we got on the board. I just wanted to say thank you for all of his years on the Service Authority as well. And I wanted just to say everybody happy holidays. Have a great Christmas, holiday, New Year's, a very safe New Year's. And I wish the next board luck up here. It's quite entertaining up here. And it's an eye opener when you get up onto here. So I wish them all the best, and everybody happy holiday. That's it, sir. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Stonehill. So I'd just like to say thank you to everyone who came out and spoke. I'd like to say thank you to the NROTC, to the Sheriff's Office, to the Fire and Rescue Department for the presentations. I really appreciate what you guys have done. Thank you for your service as well. You make this community a better place, so thank you for what you guys do. As we reflect on the past year, I'm filled with both a sense of deep pride and responsibility for the outcomes of 2023 and the outlook of the future for our beloved county. This year has brought both challenges and achievements for King George. We have faced difficult economic decisions that will forever change the county, as well as the lingering impacts of the pandemic on our community. Despite these hurdles, we have made significant progress in our programs and services to our residents. In 2023, the county achieved a topping off of the new courthouse by the Sheriff's Office as the project is nearing completion, as well as sought funds for a new fire station in Dahlgren and a new preschool, which resulted in an increase in the county's bond rating. This strong financial position allows taxpayer savings on capital projects that will be available for years to come. We continue to prioritize the needs of our residents while maintaining rigorous and reliable fiscal policies and improve the quality of life in King George. These are just a few of the many accomplishments we can all be proud were achieved in 2023, but there's always work to be done. As we look toward 2024, our focus will remain on maintaining the programs and services our residents have grown accustomed to receiving, as well as expanding to new horizons. With a focus on public safety, we look forward to the grand opening of the new courthouse and breaking ground on the new fire station in Dahlgren. We will continue to invest in the future of our community with better resources for schools, including developing plans for a new preschool. To achieve these goals, it will require continued collaboration and commitment. We must work together as a community, united in our common purpose to maintain and enhance the qualities that uniquely make this county home to each of us. I'm confident that we can build an even stronger and brighter future for the county of King George. And I do have a whole list of accomplishments that our different departments have done over this past year. It is quite lengthy, so instead of reading the whole thing, because that will take a fair amount of time, I'm going to ask that it be entered into the record under board minutes, and so people can then go back and read, because as I said, there's a number of things that our different departments have provided and accomplished this year, and it is great, and I want people to have that opportunity to see what it is. So with that, that is the end of my board, well, I'm sorry, before I sign off for the last time, I will say Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays. And again, thank you for your confidence in me, and good luck to the future board. I am wishing the best of luck and hoping to see fantastic things from you guys. I really, really want to see nothing but the best. So good luck. And that's all I have. So we'll move on to the consent agenda.
I'll move adoption of the consent agenda.
Second. We have a motion probably second. Do we have any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We will move on to Constitutional Officers Report. We have the Commissioner of the Revenues Office, Ms. Puckett.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. I am here to report the cigarette tax revenue. July 23 to present was $840,960. Total revenue $5,003,402. Total packs sold 228,310. On December 12th, Deputy Simon and Deanna Price inspected all 28 stores, which were in compliance. Deanna Price and Deputy Simon's next inspection will be in January of 2024.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Puckett?
I just have one quick one. I just want to clarify, the 5 million, is that over this whole year? Or is that what we've collected so far since we've enacted it?
It's my understanding so far since it's been enacted.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Puckett. All right, we have the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Giles.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Ms. Puckett said, we did the inspection and found all the stores to be in compliance with paperwork and tax stamps. Entertain any questions if you have.
Does anyone have any questions for Sheriff? Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I believe we have the Treasurer's Office, Mr. Jones.
Good evening. A couple of things. First, I wanted to echo the sentiments of everybody before me and congratulating. She left. Well, she'll hear about it. Maryland's one of the nicest people on the planet Earth. Oftentimes, I have to call down to the sheriff's office for various reasons. Always on top of things. Super helpful, super professional. Also would like to thank the outgoing board members, Ms. Kupka, Chairman Granger, and Mr. Stonehill. I just want to thank you for your service and certainly appreciate all the support that you've given the Treasurer's Office. Business in the Treasurer's Office, I think we're about done posting the mail for the second half bills. So we'll have all of that revenue recorded on the next report. I have two reports since I did not report last month for the Treasury report. October, we started the month with a beginning balance of $30,466,307.12. We received in revenue $27,563,079.99. We dispersed $25,582,340.08, leaving us with a balance of $32,447,047.03. That has not been reconciled to the general ledger just because the final audit from FY23 has not been done. Moving along to the November report, again the month $32,447,047.03. We received in revenue $37,421,666.70, and we dispersed $34,348,958.82, leaving us with a balance in the general fund of $35,519,754.91. I did not email this report. I'm not sure going forward whether you all want to email. However, thanks to the wonderful training of Ms. Southall, I've navigated the website and we've now just uploaded directly to the website. It's there now, the November report. I uploaded it myself personally earlier today. So that'll be it for me.
Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Jones? Okay. Mr. Jones, thank you. It's been a pleasure to serve with you.
Enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mr. Miller, would you make sure those figures get put into the minutes as well?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay. I believe we're moving on to the County Attorney's report.
Good evening. I have some lengthy items this evening, but I'll try to be brief in part because you can hear my voice is a little bit not at its best, but bear with me, please. The first item is the proposed performance agreement with Amazon Data Services for local economic development incentives. As presented at the November 14th meeting, the performance agreement is funded solely from incremental tax revenue increases from Amazon's properties in King George. So I think that a lot of some of the speculation and some of the hesitation coming from the citizens, I don't mean to speak for the board, there are certainly reasons people can be supportive of it or not, but fundamentally this agreement is funded by Amazon from tax revenue it brings to the county. This is not general fund revenue going out the door. This is tax revenue that would not be in King George unless Amazon proceeds with its project. So I just think that's a fundamental thing that maybe has been lost in some of the discussion. Since the November 14th meeting, both Spotsylvania County and Caroline counties have adopted performance agreements that have nearly identical terms to the proposed agreement in King George. That shows you the seriousness of Amazon and this mega investment that it's making in Virginia, but it shows you that there's a very strong expectation on their side for the localities to try to align in order for them to proceed with their project. The incentive structure in all three agreements, Spotsylvania, Caroline, and King George, is fundamentally the same, as I said. There is an infrastructure grant to be paid. Those values differ depending on the estimated investment in those counties. In King George, the local incentive is set at 10% of Amazon's estimated investment. 10% is still $33.626 million, a substantial sum. However, in Spotsylvania, the amount is $93 million. The amount in Caroline County has not been publicly disclosed, as far as I can tell, as of yet. And in all three counties, Amazon has a duty to repay the amounts that are advanced to it based on an estimate, based on a reconciliation that will occur in 2040, based on the total investment that the company makes in the county. In all three agreements, there's an investment performance bonus. So if in each of those three counties, again, I'm just for sake of comparison, I'm talking about the three, in each separate agreement, if Amazon makes a $6 billion investment by 2040, then, or actually until 2051, if they make up to a $6 billion investment, which they have to document, then the county will pay a performance bonus of 10% of the tax revenue, or up to 20% if they exceed the 6 billion. If they get up to 10 billion, then they get a 15% return from their tax revenue. If the investment exceeds 15 billion, 20%. Once again, these are identical terms in all three agreements. Another part of the incentive agreement structure in all three counties is that if any of the counties alters the tax rate or depreciation schedule for what is specific to computer equipment and data centers. We're not talking about real estate taxes. We're not talking about personal business taxes that you might pay on a computer in any other type of business. This is a special tax rate structure just for data centers. Again, reasonable minds can disagree on whether that's a good idea, but this is something that the other counties are on board with. This provision could extend to 2051. However, if Amazon does not make that $6 billion investment by 2040, it ends. In addition, if the unexpected happens, if somehow the General Assembly changes the tax structure such that the county cannot receive the $1.25 per $100 assessed, then Amazon will waive the performance bonus. So even if they meet or exceed $6 billion in investment, then they would forego those additional grants. And probably the biggest difference among the three counties agreements, once again, as adopted in Spotsylvania and Caroline, as merely proposed here in King George, is that the parties agree for expedited review of plans to keep the project moving. But the biggest difference is utilities. The King George site, the old Birchwood power plant, is unique. There is a private water intake. It's not a public intake, and it exists for industrial uses. They will have to amend their permit with the state through a public-facing process to convert the use of that water from a power plant to data center cooling. However, they have much less costs in King George because they have that existing intake. In the other counties, they have to construct withdrawal systems or expand the existing intake. So that's one of the differences that I just wanted to highlight. And part of the reasoning that the other counties and why King George is considering this incentive is that the General Assembly passed a bill earlier this year that provides for matching funds, state funds, 2-to-1. The local has to be twice that of the state. So if King George chooses not to incentivize Amazon, again, that's totally optional, can be done. However, it jeopardizes the ability of Amazon to get the matching funds from the state. And lastly, on this topic, the board report, I tried to be pretty thorough, very transparent about what changes were made to the performance agreement. They're shown in black line, that's strike through, and underlining, similar to track changes, but I think a little easier to follow so you can see what changes were made. The changes are generally as follows. The definitions were consolidated to one section of the document so that it's easier to read. That is a significant improvement of readability. Also helps clarify that the investments have to be within the county of King George. A definition of fast track review was added. Amazon has committed to continuing job training efforts in King George and the region. I got a question about continue. Well, what does that mean? What have they already done? Amazon has assisted the Virginia Community College system with a grant application process to the federal government, from which in October, the Virginia Community College system was awarded a $5 million grant from the Department of Labor in order to provide workforce training specific to data center and broadband construction and operations. The utility provision was clarified. It still has the term that provides for an offtake for either the county or the service authority, subject to the finalization of a water services agreement, which would have to be decided by the next board. The water services agreement will provide for a minimum of 600,000 gallons per day of untreated water to the county or service authority. Once again, this is an existing intake, a private intake, so this represents a pretty large concession on their part, but again, it's something that they had committed to do already with the service authority. It does provide that they will discuss possibly increasing that amount, but a water study needs to happen, a water services agreement needs to be negotiated. There's some steps as to why they can't just agree to a higher number. One of the changes to that provision is that a provision has been added that the water services agreement will specifically address meeting public water needs to address health and public safety in low flow or drought conditions. I believe this past year was the lowest water level on record, perhaps, for the Rappahannock River. So that is something that will be addressed in the water services agreement should the performance agreement be approved. And once again, the water service agreement would have to come before the board. Obviously, that wouldn't happen until next year. In addition, a specific language is provided that the water services agreement, once that deal is worked out and mutually signed, it does not expire necessarily upon termination of the performance agreement. It will only expire according to its own terms. So unless the next board agrees that the water services agreement will be tied to the performance agreement, It doesn't have to be. They can have different terms. Clarifying language was included to address the scope of annual reporting, instances of non-appropriation, terms that survive termination, and confidentiality. You can look in the board report if you want more detail on those. In large part, those were clarifying, and they match in provisions that are in the other jurisdictions' agreements. There were some formatting and streamlining, particularly as to the notice provisions. Amazon noticed, hey, this agreement extends to 2051. Maybe we don't want to have our consulting attorney have to receive every notice under this agreement for the full term. So they removed that requirement. They also agreed that previously there was a waiver of jury trial provision by both parties that was unrestricted. They agreed that the waiver of jury trial now only applies to equitable legal claims, which are emergency situations like injunctive relief, which normally a judge would be deciding anyhow. The exhibits have been largely finalized. I say largely, they have been finalized with the exception that on Exhibit A, there is a blank for the total tax revenue for the year 2022. I was not able to get that number finalized for tonight, but that's not going to be a number that's subject to dispute. That's based on the taxes that were paid. Amazon has already come forward and said the real estate taxes alone are $90,000. So we just need to make sure there are no other taxes or rollback taxes that need to be accounted for. So I do not foresee that as a barrier should this board wish to approve the performance agreement tonight. I would just request that you authorize me to confer with the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer to finalize what that number is for the baseline taxes. Going back to that initial statement, I said that they only get a share of the taxes that are over and above what was generated from the properties in 2022. So they only get what the increased taxes are to the county because of that specific project. The EDA is also a party to the agreement. So the EDA, the Economic Development Authority, will ultimately need to approve the agreement as well. And as I mentioned, if it's the will of the board to approve the performance agreement, I request that the county attorney be authorized to insert the final baseline tax value in Exhibit A after consultation with the Commissioner of Revenue and Treasurer. One last point, on Exhibit C, the county needs to designate a primary point of contact. So staff has proposed that that be Mr. Miller. However, that's open to discussion and debate. That's my presentation.
Ms. Lackey, I really appreciate it. So this is an opportunity to really have a huge benefit to our community, generate revenue that can really address our capital needs going forward, look to provide water for our community. I think this would be a mistake not to move forward with.
So Ms. Lackey, you've done a good job of selling for Amazon. I'm not sure exactly who you work for anymore. From the emails that you've sent that are all marked confidential, I am very concerned about where your loyalties lie. As far as the tax revenue, let's be real. This is a bad agreement. This is a bad agreement for King George. This is a bad agreement for the water. There is no guarantee of any water in that agreement. There's been no negotiation. Amazon has given us what they want, and there's been very little negotiation until probably last month. The NDA, I'm not going to sign an NDA or be a party of an NDA. As an elected official, you can't sign something like that for me. The single point of contact is terrible. That means that nobody else gets to understand unless it goes through Mr. Miller. And we know how that goes. So as far as we have not seen any independent numbers from any source other than the FRA and Amazon. So what you are going to vote on is something of a pipe dream because the numbers have been picked apart and the numbers aren't what they say they are. So we have to come to a reality. Is this good for King George? Are we going to give away the farm for this low amount of money. Do we need money? There's no doubt about that. That's never been in doubt. But so we shouldn't. So we're not Stafford. We're not all those other places. We have much better sites than all those, and they want to come here. So we should go back to the drawing board and start negotiating like we're supposed to be doing for our citizens. Thank you.
I think Mr. Stone, did you have a comment?
Yeah, Mrs. Lackey, just to clarify, you and I closed up. You were saying when they meet a dollar figure, the county was going to pay X amount of dollars or percentage of dollars. If you could just make sure that you clarify that we're not paying that, that we're rebating what they're giving us, correct?
So probably for the easiest way of understanding, it's similar to a rebate. However, they have to fully pay their taxes in full. The county has to appropriate funds to the EDA, and the EDA has to award the funds. They also have to be not in breach of the agreement themselves. So there are several steps involved, but this is how most major economic development agreements are structured. I will take this opportunity to take exception to Mr. Collins' comment. I do not work for Amazon. I work for the board. In certain uncomfortable instances, I have to do things that the majority of the board asks me to do. And that does not mean that I don't represent you or that I don't represent certain other members of the board. So I just have to state that on the record.
Okay, thank you. Just so many people keep saying, and some of our board members keep saying, oh, we are going to pay. We are going to pay. It's coming out of our pocket. It's not coming out of our pocket. It's a rebate for what they're going to give us. And some people are they get lost at, we have $0 coming in. So if somebody's going to give us $100 and then they go, hey, we want 30% of that back. So we're going to give them $30 back, we're getting 70. 70 is a whole lot better than 0, which we have right now. And I think it just gets, with a lot of this legalese, and information that is incorrectly given to the public by people, that we're not paying. It's not coming out of our pocket. It's just a rebate. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear when you said that. I just want to make sure that you could explain that. So thank you.
So much to digest. I don't think it's a good deal. I'm being honest, and there's many things, but I'm not gonna. I've pontificated about it too much. But I will give one thing to talk about. It is the money they pay in, we rebate them back. But we don't do it for most of the small businesses in King George. Mr. Stonehill doesn't get a rebate like that. This is a major corporation. The point of contact that was mentioned earlier, I have concerns with it only being one point of contact. It should be, goes to Mr. Miller, and then it has to be disseminated to the board so that one person doesn't control all the information. But with that said, I've done a lot of soul searching on this, and I've been very passionate about the water side of the house. And it's become very, very apparent that to actually have any say in negotiating, you have to be part of the yes vote. So I have to really consider that tonight, because I want to make sure the residents of King George are taken care of in the water. And that's something I've been very passionate about this whole time. So if I have to vote yes to make sure that I'm at the seat of the table to negotiate the water part, then I'm going to have to do that, because I want to make sure that the citizens are representative. And as of now, most of the things I've asked have been ignored because I'm not a yes vote. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I move to direct the county attorney to insert the final baseline value in Exhibit A in consultation with the Commissioner of the Revenue. Did I get that right, Ms. Lackey? That's what you were looking for direction from the board.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Second. We have a motion, probably seconded. Do we have any further discussion?
Can you just reread the motion again, please?
I move to direct the county attorney to insert the final baseline value in Exhibit A in consultation with the Commissioner of the Revenue.
Thank you for reading it again.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries.
No, I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, I have another motion. I move to adopt the Amazon performance agreement.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any,
Aye.
any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Okay, move on to the ordinance amendment to repeal the vehicle license tax.
As many will recall, discussion began during the budget cycle for this fiscal year, possibly earlier, to possibly eliminate the vehicle license tax. A public hearing was held in September of 19th of this year. The board report says August. I apologize. The date of the public hearing was actually September 19th to consider repealing the license tax. But a decision was deferred by the board pending review of funds available to replace the revenue. So even though the license tax, it goes across fiscal years, the funds are actually realized in a single fiscal year. This fiscal year, it would represent a loss if enacted in January 1st of $700,000 to the county. So there was efforts made by staff and in particular by Deputy Commissioner of Revenue, Regina Puckett, who reported at the November 14th meeting that the funds realized from the implementation of the proration of vehicle taxes that was done by a separate ordinance this fall that will also take effect in January. Based on her consultations with other localities and looking at the data, it's expected that the offset of the loss from repealing the vehicle license tax will be realized by that separate ordinance, which once again has already been adopted. The draft ordinance in your packet is to repeal the existing vehicle license tax as of January 1st, 2024. However, there are certain provisions of the ordinance that would remain in place solely for the purpose of collecting past due revenue taxes. So that's the license taxes that were due for years prior to calendar year 2024. And as mentioned at previous meetings, residents are still going to physically need a decal for use of convenience centers. So there may be further discussion of how those decals are issued or what process that is, or maybe even looking at the provision in the county code that has to deal with convenience centers. But once again, this has been under discussion for quite a long time. Staff have identified a source of funds. So the public hearing was already heard on September 19th. So the board may act on this if they please.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Lackey about the repeal of the vehicle license tax?
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Go ahead.
I move to adopt an ordinance to amend and reordain Chapter 9, Motor Vehicles and Traffic, Article 2 of the King George County Code to repeal the vehicle license tax.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, may I just make a comment?
Ma'am.
I want to thank my colleagues. This is something that I brought forward 2 years ago. And in the last 2 budget cycles. And I want to thank everybody for getting behind it this year. And I really want to thank the Commissioner of the Revenue-elect, Ms. Puckett, for finding us crunching numbers. I know we asked a lot of you, and I greatly appreciate your work on that to give us a level of comfort to move forward with this evening. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Okay, Ms. Lackey, I believe you have one other item.
Yes, in your agenda packet, there is a proposed purchase agreement. This is for a residual parcel located at or along Rectory Lane, directly beside the library. The surviving family members of a former county employee, Phil Rollins, approached the county about the county possibly acquiring this small sliver of property, which they believe that they own. The basis for their belief is that when survey work was performed to consolidate the properties for the library expansion in 2008,
The surveyor noted that there was a possible title issue because although the Board of Supervisors acquired property from William and Marjorie Rollins in 1951, the surveyor noted that the boundary line might not match exactly what was originally deeded to those parties sometime before 1951. The property is almost wholly paved by a road. It's almost entirely paved as a rectory lane. So it's likely subject to what is known as a prescriptive easement. So VDOT can continue to maintain it as a roadway. However, if they needed to do anything more intensive than what they have done over time, they might need to seek additional rights from the Rollins family. The Rollins family has asserted private ownership and paid taxes on the property since 2008. In order to resolve any future disputes, a purchase agreement in the amount of $3,000 is proposed for the acquisition. There are 3 property owners, so that's part of the reason for that number is that it divides equally among the parties. The county would also be responsible for closing costs up to $1,000, which based on the quote that I have is anticipated to cover the closing if I prepare the deed, which is the normal course. Absent any new title issues, so anything beyond what was noted by the surveyor and the 2008 survey work, I anticipate that those funds should be sufficient to cover the acquisition and the closing. I consulted Mrs. Hahn, finance director, and she said that given the relatively speaking low sum, those funds could be available through contingency funds. So in your packet, once again, is the proposed purchase agreement. I will note, I hope the current owners don't mind me mentioning, but they received an offer of a larger value. So there were some concessions on their part. They felt that the property would be better served by being clear that it's county-owned property encumbered by a VDOT-maintained road. So the board can act as it wishes. There's a proposed resolution in your packet to approve the purchase agreement.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Lackey?
So this is the first time it has come in the public.
Yes, I believe that Supervisor Bender asked me to be a little more clear as to the specific purpose of a closed meeting that was had with regard to this property. So it was not discussed openly in public other than identifying the parcel of property in question.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion. I move to adopt the resolution to authorize the chairman to execute a purchase agreement for acquisition of residual real property at or along Rectory Lane as presented. And I note the purchase agreement is attached as Exhibit A and is incorporated by reference in said resolution.
Second.
We have a motion probably second. Do we have any further discussion?
So this is the first reading. Normally you don't vote on the first reading, so it should pass till the next meeting.
Mr. Collins, I don't even know if you should be involved with this conversation because you had told us.
I don't really care what you think I should be involved in.
That you wanted to buy this piece of property.
Yeah,
yourself.
so what?
Could we please have decorum? Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Ms. Lackey, did you have anything else?
Those are the only items that I have in the agenda packet. However, I did want to acknowledge Senator Stewart is here, and he was very highly responsive to the letters that were written to the FOIA Advisory Council. And so he is likely to be one of or the sponsor of a bill that will help resolve some of those FOIA notice questions that were raised by the board.
Thank you. Was that all, Ms. Lackey?
That's all, thank you.
Anyone has any other questions for Ms. Lackey? Okay. Move on. We have a presentation from Verizon Wireless, the BEAD funding presentation request for letter of support. Mr. Chris DeBosier. Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
And will this, let's see, is there a presentation loaded, a slide deck presentation? While he's pulling up the presentation, I'll start by thanking the board and Mr. Miner and the citizens of the county for inviting me here tonight. My name is Chris DeBosier. I work for Verizon. I know the agenda says Verizon Wireless. We have just the one company now, Verizon Wireless and Verizon Wireline. This evening, I'm coming to share a proposal from Verizon for fiber optic broadband services. So specifically not wireless. I just wanted to make sure because the grant program in question that's being run through Virginia is for fiber optics or wirelines services, not wireless. So just to be clear. Thank you very much. So I know that the county is familiar with the VADI program as you've participated in the past. That is a state-run program through Virginia, and they've done a remarkable job, I should say. I have the pleasure of working with several states for Verizon. Virginia has a very sophisticated broadband office, and I think has done a really nice job of being ahead of the curve of tackling its broadband and unserved needs in the state. For those who don't know, in 2021, Congress passed and the president signed the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, IIJA as it's often referred to, which included a broadband grant program called BEAD, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Act. BEAD is essentially a $42.5 billion pot of money that was allocated across 50 states and U.S. territories. Virginia received just shy of $1.5 billion for its part to meet the and underserved needs in the state. And right now, the state of Virginia is in the process of going through what is called the challenge process, but is effectively the opportunity for the state to work with locals, local governments, and ISPs or broadband companies to determine what is the final and underserved need in the state. And so what I would like to do tonight, I'm bringing a proposal because after the challenge process is complete, and I believe that will wrap up sometime around the end of January or February, the state of Virginia will then issue its final rules for bidding, which will be different than the VADI process that the county has probably worked with before. And broadband companies will be allowed to bid directly for serving and unserved prims or locations in King George and other counties in Virginia. There is, as a component of the scoring process written by Virginia, an advantage to broadband companies who are applying in a county that have the support of the county. So I have no doubt that many broadband companies would love the pleasure and honor of serving citizens here. I'm here tonight to ask for the county's support and the citizens' support and wanted to share this proposal, if I may. So very quickly, I won't spend much time on this slide, but I do like to take a moment before I share the proposal to explain what I think the advantages would be of working with Verizon as a broadband partner in the county. This list can loosely be put into three buckets. One is experience. We were the first company in the country to bring fiber to the premises. We have a lot of experience. We've passed over 17 million homes. There are no guinea pigs to be had. We are a company that knows what we're doing when it comes to bringing fiber to the premises. Another, I think, really important bucket is project readiness. This is something that we're going to see be even more impactful next year when that $1.5 billion hits the street at the same time in the state of Virginia and the $42 billion nationwide. Verizon has a long-standing and deep relationship with all of our global suppliers. We have a letter from Corning Glass that I can share with the county that certifies that Verizon will have all of the fiber optic cable it needs for any projects in King George County. All of our ONTs and other electronic equipment are part of larger supply chain agreements that we have to serve our entire ILEC footprint, and so would not necessarily be subject to supply chain shortages that could hamper smaller projects. We would bring the same FiOS product to King George County that we have in the rest of our service area. It would be no different. It would be the same highly awarded product, if I may say, that we bring to the citizens here. And then the third bucket really is one I think that has the biggest impact on the pocketbooks of the citizens here. Three things I'd like to point out. One, Verizon builds in long drops to our proposals. So in other words, if we were to be so lucky as to win an award, the support of the county, and then later an award from the state for this project, there would be no situation in which a customer in the proposed build would call us and say, we're ready for our broadband, and we drop a special construction charge on them. That is, all of the long drops are built into our proposal. So that means we come within 2,500 feet of each house that would be in the proposal, which I'll share here in a minute on the map. And we would be able to serve that location within 7 to 10 business days if they called up and asked for support with no additional cost. Another point that I think is important is that we bring national pricing. So we do not charge different prices for any part of our footprint. So if you're interested in what prices and plans would be available to the citizens of King George County, you can go to our website now and you'll see our plans that are available and the costs that are available. So we bring sort of a competitive model to each of our builds. And whether you are in a dense urban area or in a rural area, regardless of competition or choice, we bring the same prices for our plans. And the third piece is that in connection with the ACP, the Affordable Connectivity Plan that Congress has currently funded, we combine that with our entry-level plan of 300 megs symmetrical, 300 up, 300 down, and that is eligible with ACP for free service for households that are eligible with ACP. So those are the sort of buckets that I think make Verizon a strong partner for the county's consideration. A really quick rundown of, I think, our best estimate of what Virginia, the VADI office, has signaled will be its timeline. As I mentioned, the challenge process is currently going on. The state has solicited feedback for proving un- and underserved locations in the state. They will take all of that information, share it back probably towards the end of January, beginning of February, at which point the county, broadband providers, and everyone else will have an opportunity to see what the final list is of un- and unserved premises. On a quick personal note, I'll say this has been one of the bigger challenges of solving broadband, is having common agreement of what the locations are. So we are looking forward to seeing the results of the challenge process next year. And then if you skip forward, you'll see the bids are probably going to be due sometime in early to mid-summer is when we expect for the bids to be open. What we would like to do in the meantime is engage in a conversation with the county and make sure that you understand what we think we can bring in terms of meeting the scope of the problem for the county. And in return, we'd love for you to consider supporting Verizon as the broadband provider that the county chooses for bidding purposes in BEAD. If you look at what is not quite the most recent, but the second most recent FCC broadband data map, combined with what Virginia has released and through its open portal data, we combined what we believe are the two most accurate data sources available to determine what the total un- and underserved households would be eligible for BEAD funding in the county. You can see fairly evenly distributed across the county. The map on the left shows the individual dots for those un- and underserved locations. Might be a little bit hard to see on this map, I apologize. The map on the right represents what we would propose at Verizon as the fiber build. So this would be new fiber builds. Each red line you see, and the map on the right would be a new fiber build to reach those un- and underserved prims. This would effectively be a county-wide build. And the idea, and part of the reason why, actually a big part of the reason why I'm here tonight, is because as Verizon looked at the opportunity that BEAD presented, what we saw was a chance to take those counties where we have existing infrastructure, upgrade it from copper to fiber, to take it from a network technology that is decreasingly in demand and bring one that is increasingly in demand, and one that provides a lot of value, not just for the citizens, but for the businesses, first responders, and other institutions in the county. So we see this as a really great opportunity to accelerate the investment that we wanted to make in the county. And like I said, it would be a very large build. I have a combined map here that's a little bit easier to see. But this is the best available data now. The proposal we have tonight is for this data. As I mentioned before, this will probably change somewhat once the state finishes its challenge process, and we'll be able to compare and share with the county what we see are the differences between this data set of the unserved locations and the new data set come January. I'll jump to maybe the most important piece, second most important piece. The project highlights, as we see the cost of the program right now. For the map that you saw earlier for the fiber build that's spread across the county, we see that the current data has about just a little over 2,200 eligible prims. So if the Virginia BEAD program launched today, there would be just over 2,200 prims that are eligible for funding in the county. We think to meet the needs of those 2,200 prims, we'd have to build just shy of 300 miles of fiber. That's what you saw on the map on the right in the previous slide, at a total project cost of $32.8 million. Verizon is prepared to bring $23.9 million of that funding ourselves, and make a request to the state for $8.85 million out of their BEAD funding. So we would be asking for $8.85 million from Virginia out of its roughly $1.5 billion in funding for the entire state program. This project right here, as stated, would translate to a funding request of about a subsidy request from the state of about $3,900 per prim, which we believe is very competitive. We think that the state is going to have, today it has, based on its allocation and unserved prims, roughly $4,200 to $4,500 per prim to spend. So we think that we have a very competitive proposal in terms of what would be attractive to the state to fund. And I'll come back to the slide in a second, but I want to be very clear about what we're asking from the county: $0. We believe that we can fund this project with 75 to 76% funded by Verizon funds and about a quarter funded by requests from the state once the program launches. I'll stop there. I'll go back to the previous slide and I'll see if there are any questions. I know I just sort of delivered a lot of information, but I'm happy to answer any questions on the BEAD program to the extent that we can know them right now, or Verizon's proposal.
So I'm sure we'll have a couple questions. I'm going to ask real quick though. So underserved. So obviously, I'm sure you're aware that we are actively working with All Points Broadband and the electric companies and to go through providing for underserved. And we do know that there's some people who are still underserved that are still not receiving it because of the way the counting worked. And so I'm assuming, is this trying to reach out and help those who are kind of falling through the cracks of that project because of the way that it was ran in order to address those needs?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure. Yes. So I'll go back to the previous slide here. So as I mentioned, this is the current best data. Now, as the existing VADI project in the county works through its course, and the broadband provider that the county had worked with in those VADI exercises will be able to assert through the challenge process what locations it's serving or not serving, the cracks as you put it. Those will all come through and what will be a final list of eligible locations next January or February. At that point, we'll sort of remodel this and bring back, an updated proposal. But as it stands today, this is what we understand the case to be. But yes, at the end of the day, that would be the proposal, to make sure that everybody who, whether they should have been, should not have been, would have been, would not have been covered by another project, will be covered.
That's fantastic. I appreciate you bringing this forth. Ms. Binder, I think you had some comments or questions?
Yes, thank you. What's a prim?
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Prim is short for premises or location, address location. It could be a single family home. It could be a multifamily unit, but different programs use different terminology. I apologize.
No, we live in a world of acronyms, so I always have to ask. But one of the things I know a lot of people in Shiloh would ask, where have you been? You know what I mean? You've had a presence here. I mean, in Shiloh especially, the monopoly of Breezeline can claim that we're served, but we're not really served. So are you able to get around that monopoly, saying that they can serve an area, even though you mentioned the drops?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'll give my road as an example. It would cost probably $50,000, they say, to bring down and drop down a road because it's about a mile.
Mm-hmm.
So are you able to get past that?
Yeah.
I need to know that, because there's a lot of communities that still fall under that monopoly of Breezeline being able to say that they serve them, but they don't because of cost of entry.
That's right. So I know that in the past, one of the challenges of broadband programs is that there was a not very granular way of collecting the information of the prims or the locations that are serviceable. And so one broadband provider could claim an entire census block if it only covered, say, one or two locations in there. Because of the way that the FCC and NTIA, the federal agency that's overseeing this $42 billion pot of money, because of the way they've changed mapping, we now have a much more granular idea of where there are served and unserved premises. So the short answer to your question is it would depend on where Shiloh falls on this map, but if there are un- and underserved prims, any un- or underserved prims that would be represented by dots on this map, then Verizon's proposal would include what we call pull-through. So we would ask for funding from the state to the tune of $8.85 million to build to the map that I just shared with you. And along each of those fiber routes that I showed you on the right-hand side map, on our own dime, we would be connecting the community along the way. So we propose to bring a competitive service to the county within, at a minimum, the build that you see here on the right.
Right, but under simplistic terms, a cable company can't say, well, we serve that area. So that's what I'm trying to get to, because technically BreezeLine could serve an area, but the homeowner would have to pay a good chunk of change to bring that line down, where you're saying that it could be zero. So I want to know, can you not get around, but what are the parameters there? Because there's still areas that are very underserved, but one cable company can say that they serve them if you give them $50,000.
So under BEAD, a cable company cannot claim an area per se, but a cable company or any company, a broadband company, can claim an individual house or location. In fact, they have to claim it on the address basis, right? So if they're in your example, if there is a house that is not able to be served, I think the rule is 7 to 10 business days, then it's considered unserved. So even if a cable company sort of raises its right hand and says, no, we serve it, they have to be able to demonstrate that they can serve it within 7 to 10 business days.
But it still gets back to the point, like my road, they could serve it that, but if you give them $50,000 to lay the line down, so that cost of entry for quite a few citizens is too much, especially in our disadvantaged and elderly population. They can't come up with that kind of cash.
I see. I see your point. So if I believe the rule is not only 7 to 10 business days, but without special construction costs. That's something that I can look up and get back to you tomorrow. The rules are written. I can't say that I'm familiar enough with the exact example you're asking, but there are rules written about what an existing incumbent company can claim and what they can't claim. And then your question is a good one. I don't know that I can answer it specifically, but my best remembrance is that it has to be 7 to 10 business days with no special construction costs. So that house in your example would be unserved and eligible to be built.
If you can find out to clarify that, I would appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Do we have any other questions? Go ahead, Ms. Kupka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for joining us this evening and providing this opportunity to us. So if you were not to receive the BEAD funding from BATI, does this project happen at all?
It's probably more a question of when than if. So as I mentioned, we're really looking at the BEAD project as an opportunity to accelerate the investment that we want to make. King George is a county that we've been looking at, and I don't know how to tell you what the timing would be if we weren't able to get the BEAD funding. So it would really be more a matter of when than if, but the win could be a big win.
Okay.
H-E-N.
Thank you.
All right, so then I'm sorry, didn't we have any other questions for Mr. Stonehill, Mr. Collins? You were asking for a letter of support from the board in regards to your submittal of this proposal.
I am asking for that.
Okay. So I'll ask my colleagues, are you interested in moving forward with a motion to have staff draft a letter of support for the BEAD funding with Verizon?
So moved.
Second. A motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, I do. I support this motion, but I do want to clarify, because it at least gives another option to quite a few areas that are not served. But I still think that there's an area that's going to get left behind. So I would like that clarified. Thank you.
Of course. I'll work with Mr. Miner to get you that answer.
Okay. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Yes, sir. So we're going to take a short 5-minute recess, and then we're going to come back and do our public hearings. So we will be brief, though, on this. Okay. I appreciate everyone's patience with giving us a short recess. We will move on to the first of our public hearings. So this will be public hearing case number Z-2023-00151, rezoning request by Port Graham Corporation owners to rezone with proffers a 10-acre portion of tax map parcel 31-14 located in the Rappahannock River Settlement Area from I Industrial to A1 Limited Agricultural. King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding case number Z-2023-00151. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. And when you do come up at that time, please state your name and address as normal. But we'll start with the report.
Good morning. Good morning. It's been a long night already. Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Angela Ferrugi. I am a third-party contractor with Bagby Ferrugi and Good Pasture here this evening representing King George County Community Development to present to you the two cases, the conditional rezoning application as well as the special exception permit for Kenson Farm Training Facility. All right. Thank you, sir. Oh. The location of the proposed training facility is on tax map 31, parcel 14, which is just east of Cleve Drive here and just north of the Rappahannock River. The parcel in question is this one right here. As briefly discussed, there are two cases before you this evening. The first is the conditional rezoning, which is Z-2023-00151, which is the request by Port Graham Corporation to rezone with proffers a portion of tax map 3114 from industrial to limited agricultural. And the second case is the special exception permit, Z-2023-00150, which is a request by the applicant to obtain a special exception permit to allow a training facility in A1. So on the first, the conditional rezoning application, again, the parcel is right there. As you can see, the majority of the parcel is already zoned A1. There is a small, approximately 10-acre portion, square portion right there that is zoned industrial. That was originally zoned, I'll get into the history a little bit more on the next slide, but that was originally zoned industrial to allow for a sand and gravel extraction pit. As promised, the history on the site. That 10-acre portion is currently zoned industrial, and it was zoned in 1998 to allow for the sand and gravel extraction pit. The applicant is now requesting to rezone it to limited agricultural A1 so that the entire parcel will be A1. This is also in keeping with compliance with a proffer from the original 1998 rezoning, which I will not read in its entirety to you, but is shown there in italics, which shows that the applicant within 15 and a half years from the date of commencement of the extraction of the sand and gravel apply for this zoning back to the appropriate district at the time, whether it's residential, agricultural, in this case agricultural, through the Department of Community Development. So that is what you are hearing this evening. A little bit about the parcel in A1. As you know, the minimum lot size is 10 acres. This property in its entirety is 207 acres, split zoned, 10 of which is industrial, the remainder of which is already A1. So the applicant is seeking this conditional rezoning to then ask for a special exception to allow a training facility. The applicant has offered proffers on the site. I won't read them all verbatim to you. They are included in your packet, but it's mostly in conformance with the preliminary site plan that they submitted as part of this application. It's also part of your packet. I'll discuss a little bit more the training elements that they intend to have as part of their training facility. They're also proffering that the training facility activities will be in conformance with and governed by the conditions that will be established as part of the special exception if approved. And they are proffering that no more mining is going to happen on the property except the extent that's necessary for reclamation. Okay, so I sped through that pretty quickly. This is now, like I said, this is a combined PowerPoint presentation to give you the entire picture. So again, now I will move to the special exception case, which is to allow to allow a training facility in the limited agricultural A1. A little bit about the facility here. You can see from the preliminary site plan, they are proposing, goodness, I can't seem to work this thing. They are proposing a 50-yard pistol only range here, a 1.5 mile paved driving course here, 3/4 mile unpaved driving course here, a 7,500 square foot classroom there, skid pad here, and an outdoor training canopy here. And we'll get into that a little bit more as well. But as you are aware, prior to October of this year, a training facility was not defined as a use in our zoning ordinance. As you are also aware, you adopted in October of 2023 a definition of a training facility, which I don't need to read to you as you know it. And it is, as you know, allowable in A1 only under special exception, which is why you're hearing both cases this evening. Again, this is a little bit of the project description. I don't need to read all of that to you. That is from the applicant's narrative that they've included as part of their application. Again, they're including the 50-yard pistol only gun range. There's an exception for the sheriff's office to allowed to be used rifles. They'll have a paved driving course as well as an unimproved driving course, a 7,500 square foot classroom building, a tactical driving skid pad, and an outdoor canopy, training canopy. Okay, potential impacts. Before you, the project will be served by private well and septic. There's an existing well and septic on site, but it will be abandoned if not deemed fit for the facility. They will be pulling some water from an existing pond that is partially on their site and partially on the neighboring property for non-potable water purposes, such as watering the skid pad, fire suppression, irrigation, etc. VDH has commented on the proposal, and the applicant has acknowledged and or addressed all of their comments. From an environmental perspective, there are wetlands to the far northern part of the parcel. Those wetlands were field verified by Rappahannock Environmental and then located by Legacy Engineering. All proposed improvements are a significant distance away from any of the wetlands, so there are no impacts proposed with this development. The applicant has both acknowledged and conditioned that they will obtain authorization from DEQ or any other applicable agency for the use of the existing pond for stormwater management, fire suppression, and or irrigation. As you know, all stormwater and Ches Bay Act requirements will have to be met at the time of site plan approval. From schools, that no students will be generated with this site as there is no residential, therefore there's no anticipated impact to the schools. From a traffic and transportation access perspective, the access will be provided via an existing ingress-egress easement through the adjoining tax map, which then in turn accesses Cleve Road. That existing access road is in a dirt, gravel, unimproved state, but it has been both acknowledged and conditioned that the applicant will upgrade that access to compacted gravel and a traversable surface acceptable to the King George County's fire marshal and capable of serving all anticipated vehicles. The entrance at Cleve Road will also need to be upgraded and improved to meet all VDOT and engineering standards. They've included a note on their preliminary site plan to this effect. In terms of expected traffic generated by the site, it is expected to be a low traffic generator. It will be further analyzed and determined at the final site plan as to what that exact anticipated vehicle count will be. The staff has requested that, and the applicant has provided a note that has stated that that hasn't been accepted, but will be worked out at final site plan stage. Fire and rescue commented a Knox box would need to be in place at the entrance of the property. They have shown that on and conditioned that on their site plan. The applicant submitted a fiscal benefit analysis at the county's recommendation. They have estimated approximately $81,000 of annual tax revenue benefit. Should be noted that community development requested a third-party review of that fiscal impact analysis, but that has not been provided to date. From a public safety standpoint, we've already been over the items the facility will include. The applicant has included several conditions within the conditions that address safety, including noise reduction measures, fencing, restrictions on racing, etc. These are some of the impacts or that they have, or some of the conditions that they have agreed upon to offset the public safety concerns. I don't need to read all of them to you. A full accounting is in your packet. Chief Moody has reviewed this, the application. He had comments on an emergency access action plan, as well as fire suppression needs and the fire lane and emergency access. All of those comments were properly addressed by the applicant and accepted by Chief Moody and staff. Sheriff Giles also reviewed the application, offered no negative comments, instead noting that the Sheriff's Office will benefit from this training facility, including the firearms range, driving courses, and the classroom space. There are 23 conditions that have been imposed upon this site in order to allow for the training facility. I'll hit some of the highlights, but I don't want to read them all to you. The hours of outdoor training elements have been established to be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., Monday through Friday, with an exception for the Sheriff's Department and Fire Rescue, who can utilize the training facility. That's been further clarified since then to include Saturdays from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Rifles will only be allowed to be used by the Sheriff's Department, and those rifles will require silencers. The facility won't be open to the general public. The access to the facility will only be employees, deliveries, and students who are receiving training on behalf of the United States government and localities of the United States. It will be properly secured by fencing and a security gate. There will be no dormitories, nobody living on the property, no residents permitted on the property, no camping, no vehicle racing, no military explosives. A complete list is in your packet. I really don't want to read them all to you. From a comprehensive plan standpoint, this development is located in the Rappahannock River South Rural Development Area. The primary development objective of that area is to encourage the continued rural nature of that area, and zoning from a higher intensity industrial to A1 is in keeping with the comprehensive plan. Goal number 13 also discusses and encourages the reclamation of previously mined land, which this application will also fulfill. So again, in summary, there are two cases before you this evening, which is the conditional rezoning for that 10-acre piece from industrial to limited agricultural, as well as the special exception permit, which would allow a training facility in A1. The Planning Commission heard both of these cases at their December 12th meeting. Since the Planning Commission meeting, there were a couple of changes that have all been incorporated into the conditions, which included clarification of the hours, that rifles will require silencers, that the facility will only be available to United States government agencies, that they will comply with the noise ordinance, no firearms nor ammunition will be stored on site, and then some formatting changes and clarifications. The Planning Commission recommend approving the rezoning to industrial, but they recommended it without the voluntary proffers. So there is the verbiage from their meeting last week. Staff notes that this is in keeping with the comprehensive plan. that the rezoning request was required by that initial rezoning of the property in 1998 and had considered the new proffers regarding the training facility. And therefore, the Department of Community Development staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors approve the rezoning. For the special exception permit, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the special exception permit with those revisions that I already highlighted. So again, I certainly won't read all of that, but that was their motion, their recommendation. Staff considered several factors and has recommended approval of the special exception permit as well, based on the conditions that were imposed for the property that we worked closely with the applicant on, as well as the recent text amendment that allows for a training facility in A1. And we analyzed the zoning ordinance standards for the Board of Supervisors to make the 9 findings for the special exception permit to be issued. And again, that's all located within the staff report. So yeah, that's it. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to entertain them.
Thank you, Ms. Ferrugi. Did anyone have any questions for Ms. Ferrugi about the presentation?
I have a question for the applicant when they.
Okay. Do anyone have any questions for Ms. Ferrugi? All right, Ms. Bender, you had a question for the applicant?
Yes, I do.
So I'll ask if the applicant would be willing to come up.
Evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Richard Stewart and I represent the applicant. I am in here tonight in my capacity as a private attorney and not as a state senator. And I just offer that to the board so there's no misunderstanding about that. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we appreciate the opportunity to be here. We have Linda Carter, who everybody in King George County has met already because she has been around, talked to everybody and done this the way she should have done it. And she's the senior project manager. We have Kerry O'Neill online. He designed the pistol range and it's a 50-yard range. And I think he's not going to make a presentation as he did before the Planning Commission, but he's there if you all have any questions and we'll try to answer it. Just a little bit about that range. If you look at the design, and I think you all have, see Mr. Stonehill, I think you have the packet. There's a 30-foot berm at the end. There is that composite, which is sort of a sound soak stuff. There's the same thing going down the sides. And then there's a rear shooting shed, I'm sorry. And it's such that, it's kind of crazy the way this works, with the material that they use, it absorbs all the sound, stops the sound from traveling out, and the only sound that's left is what goes up, believe it or not. The sound that goes up, you won't hear unless they're low-lying clouds, in which case it then would disperse it back. But because of all that, we are able to meet the decibel limit of King George County, and we are bound by the noise ordinance, but there was some question about it and some of the citizens were concerned about that. So we offered a condition to make sure that we are bound by the noise ordinance. So it will be within the noise ordinance at the property line, boundary of the property line. And I think that's important just to add to everybody. We also have Jeff Harvey here, who's our engineer, and he can answer any of those tough engineering questions as well. Mr. Chairman, briefly, we have worked with the neighbors on this and we've tried to talk to everyone. We have 20-some conditions to try to address everybody's concerns, although I have a couple I want to talk about because I talked to one member before this meeting tonight. And the Planning Commission thoroughly vetted this, I think, and we added a number of conditions then. We were somewhat surprised today to find out that Senator Warner, who's a mile or so away from the property, may have sent in a letter. I've not seen that letter. I don't know what it says. I would just tell the board that we reached out to him in June of this year, and we had good conversations with a couple members of his staff. Unfortunately, you just can't pick up the phone and call Senator Warner and get him on his phone like you can me or you guys or something. But we went through his staff. We told him everything. We asked him if he had questions or concerns. to let us know, and we would come go through it with him, and then we just got the letter. So I don't know how to deal with a letter that I haven't seen, or concerns that no one expressed to us after we reached out to that person to get their concerns. We have asked, and I will be honest with you, we think this is a big thing for the Sheriff's Department and the Fire and Rescue. They have to spend a fair amount of time training and qualifying. That created a little bit of consternation amongst the neighbors, and so we offered to provide silencers or noise suppressors, whatever you want to call them. It is not clear in the condition that we will provide them. And so if it's okay with the board, perhaps I could get with Mrs. Washington while folks are talking, and I'll amend that condition just to say, I don't know what it is, which number it is, but no rifle shall be used on site except for the King George Sheriff's Department. Silencers will be required on their rifles. And I will just add a simple addition to the end of that sentence that says, and provided at the expense of the applicant. And so it's clear that we will provide them, and the Sheriff's Office won't be responsible for purchasing those silencers. The only other question I had as I came in tonight and I was speaking with someone, and we discussed this at the Planning Commission, were foreign nationals, and they are not training foreign nationals. And we understand King George would be upset about that. And so part of the way we framed that was the last condition that said the training facility will only contract with the services of the governments of the United States. And so they will specifically contract with the letter agencies of the United States government or the state government or a locality to help train their support staff in the event that they would need it in a dangerous situation. So if you all feel that that does not cover foreign nationals, we're happy to insert in there and no foreign nationals, whatever the board's comfortable with, but I think that covers it pretty well. So if I might, I know you all have got a long night. Ms. Carter would like to give you all just a few quick highlights, and then we'll answer any questions you all have.
Good evening. I'm Linda Carter. I'm a senior project manager for Port Graham, and I've been working diligently for several months on presenting this project in a way that is transparent, in a way that is forthcoming from day one. The project that we presented back months ago is the same project that we're hoping to get approved to build. I'm just going to go through a few things and then take any questions. I'm only going to be an hour, Senator, if that's okay. He's already. So we've gone through the project compatibility. I don't need to repeat that, but Angela did touch on how it lines up with the county. The elements, again, individual contracts were going to be secured by United States letter agencies. We made that distinction. Also, local government or state governments as well. The elements, all training will be managed and operated by the individual agencies with trained, accredited instructors. I want to make sure that you know that, and that the trainings include the elements. Don't need to repeat those. This is just a fun thing to show. It's our concept drawing of our building. It's a company called Echo Steel. I just really like them. They do a great humanitarian reach with homeless shelters and such, and I just think they're really good guys, and we hope to go under contract once we're approved, but this is our concept drawing. Again, the tactical driving skid pad, we touched on what it is. It's an area inundated with water to simulate. We also, to familiarize students with skidding conditions and vehicle control. I've got Carrie O'Neill online. I think that I want to give him a minute to just talk about the gun range, the design of the gun range from his expertise. If you can pull him. Okay, so Carrie, if you're there, you can unmute yourself.
I am unmuted. Do you hear me, Linda?
Yep, you're good.
Okay. Good evening. I'm sorry I'm not able to attend live out there this week, but this particular training facility has come to fruition with a lot of thought. Number one being the design taking into consideration surface danger zones, sound mitigation, environmental mitigations, and just having the ability to make sure that all the T's have been crossed and all the I's have been dotted. Linda and her group have done an outstanding job on making sure that the neighbors in the surrounding area are considered throughout this project. Matter of fact, in the 30 plus years I've been building ranges, and that's hundreds of projects and hundreds of design training facilities, none have been taken into consideration for the community such as this. And some of the things that have happened, number one, normally your side berms on your ranges would be 10 feet high. Linda has instructed us to double the height of the berms on the side to 20 feet. The impact berm is 30 feet. And on top of the impact berm is a 10-foot high ballistic wall with soundproofing material that's on the face side of it. This is unheard of in the industry. We have built hundreds of law enforcement ranges. We've done majority of the work for the FBI for the last 22 years. And their standard is 20 feet high. This particular impact berm now will be 40 feet overall height with the 10-foot high ballistic wall. Underneath the canopy itself has sound mitigating materials. The impact berm is made from recycled tires. It also absorbs sound. And I believe this is going to be one of the best shooting facilities in the country based on the constraints that are there. And I'm excited about it. I hope you approve it. And Linda, I'll let you take it from there.
Right. Talked about the outdoor canopy. The purpose of this area is to just use it for tactical kits, going perhaps how to exit a building, different demonstrations, for example, of how security forces would inspect your vehicle as you're coming into an embassy or a consulate, how to safely react in any kind of carjacking situation, how to start a generator, basic survivability skills, just a covered all-weather area that would provide that. Sheriff Giles has full use of our facility. We have granted the Sheriff's Department to be able to use the facility to qualify for their weapons, which he has to do. And it's a place right now, I'll let the sheriff speak to where he trains right now, but I think that is going away. We did ask, or we are asking for a special exception for the sheriff to use rifles. For our purpose, we don't need rifles. It's pistol only, familiarization, but the sheriff does have a requirement to qualify on rifles. And so we're leaving that in your hands to make that decision or not. We did get a request, as Senator Stewart noted, from the Berry Plains community to just mitigate that sound with silencers. And we, as we noted, we would pay for that. Did a little bit of a public safety, 45 duty deputies, 15 lanes. We broke it out to just so you could see the physical impact that we are gifting the Sheriff's Department. I was asked at the Berry Plains HOA meeting that happened last week, how did I come to that number? And I was also asked that at the Planning Commission, and we came to that number because this is what we would charge them if we were charging them as a client. So I used those figures in both the off-road, the pistol range, and the classroom canopy. I did have a brief conversation with the fire chief, and to be determined, but we are welcoming the use of the facility if he found a need that would help his department. We want to posture ourselves as friends in the community. We want to offer this to your first responders. This is a goal of ours, and we are committed to doing that. And as you saw today, they are a huge part of this community. I have gotten a ton of questions on that. Kind of surprised about that, but this is our intention is to be to have this facility available for them to use as well. A little bit about Port Graham. We are an Alaskan Native corporation. We are a true Alaskan Native disadvantaged corporation. This is our board members and our chairman with Senator Murkowski. We are committed to this project. We are committed as an end user to this project. Port Graham will be managing the project, the contracts, and also provide the employment and be managing that for the facility. I personally, just from my experience, I took this training over 20 years ago when my husband and I were assigned overseas. And the training was offered a lot less than the hands-on training. It was basically classroom-only training. And I implemented, we were overseas for 7.5 years, and I implemented twice the training that I learned. One of the times I had diplomat plates, I was hit from behind, guy came in front of me, I reacted by a maneuver I was taught. And now it's a hands-on training maneuver that we're teaching. Then it was it was all video and talking through. One of my friends in Mexico City, she had a carjacking situation, and one of the things they stressed was make sure you just gather your composure and know how to say my child is in the back seat, to be able to implement that. And so these are really important trainings that we would for support people, support staff of agents going overseas. That would be some of the contracts that we are after as well. Another time that I personally was during 9/11. 9/11 happened when I was overseas, and it was pretty scary, I think, for everybody, but extremely scary for Americans when you're on red alert lockdown. And my kids had to be gathered up from school. I had to understand that process to feel comfortable with going with the people leaving my house and knowing that my children were going to be collected. So I just, from a personal standpoint, I just wanted to share that with you on how it's just how I used it personally in my experience. So that's it. I appreciate all the time that everybody has given me, and I hope that you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. I believe Ms. Binder had a question, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I did, but I first want to thank you because I wish we don't get many applicants who come who've done the right thing and spoke to everybody, and I appreciate your diligence to do that. I really do appreciate that. One thing I want to ask is about the security fencing, because something like this, once people find out about it, especially with young folks, it becomes quite an attractive nuisance. How are you going to keep people from wandering if the facility has a person there? How are we going to make sure that people just don't wander onto your property?
Well, what we have proposed is an 8-foot high security fence at this point with controlled access. We are open to, during the planning process, we are open to doing what we need to do to make it more comfortable. But that's what is on paper and proposed at this point.
Because I just want to make sure, because you're going to have cameras. Also,
cameras as well. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's all I just wanted.
I'm sorry. A full electronic security system as well. Yes.
I grew up
in talking about fencing only.
Yeah. Well, I grew up in a very rural community, and I know kids, when they don't have things to do, they find things to do. You know what I mean? And if you have a place like this, though, it's a great thing, and I do appreciate it. And one other thing I want to mention is, many years ago, when people hear gun range, they think of a proposal we had many years ago that created a lot of controversy. But one of the things I did learn from that was how advanced these kind of gun ranges are, because every one that is designed is unique and gets even more specialized and better than the one before. So I'm guessing yours would probably be one of the best in the country, because that's what I understand every time they design one. This is not something people just do randomly. It's very expensive, and you bring in the top experts.
And that was a goal of ours to do, and a personal goal of mine to even go above and beyond that, because that's what I represented in the community that we would do.
But I just want to make sure the citizens know it's not like a gun range and it's not like somebody's backyard. This is like probably could be best in the country, the best in the world. So I wanted people to understand that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Collins, questions?
Yes, yes, ma'am. So you answered the one question on silencers. Thank you. Take the burden from the taxpayers. The other thing was Port Graham Alaskan Native Corporation, are they tax exempt?
No, not this project, no. I know that they have some land stuff that in Alaska, but no, we are the end user. This is a business for us.
So would you be able to include that you are not tax exempt?
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Kupka, did you have something?
Yeah, not a question, but just a comment. Ms. Carter, I just want to thank you for being so responsive when I reached out to you on behalf of residents in Berry Plains. You dropped everything, you contacted them and worked out a time where you could make yourself available to them to give them some more information about your project and answer the questions that they had. So thank you so much for that.
You're welcome. They were great. They were great. They invited us into their home and they were wonderful. They were just curious, and we wanted to present the facts as the facts and not the coconut telephone game, which happens. So.
Thank you so much. Okay. So as I said, we do have two public hearings. So there's the first one which I read it before is actually for the rezoning from I to A1 with proffers. And so after that, we will have a second public hearing. I'm going to do them back to back. So we'll open one, we'll open the floor. People can speak about that aspect of the project, and then we'll close it. And then we'll open up the second one, which is going to be dealing with allowing a facility in A1 limited agricultural zoning district by special exception. And so then there will be an opportunity for public comment on that aspect of it. And I will let my colleagues know. I know we have a handful of correspondence that have come in as well that should be or been asked to be read in. I believe it makes most sense probably for the second one because I think it has to deal with the use. I think when I read them, so I was planning to read those in at that point. But at this point, we will open the floor for case number Z 2023-0051-151. Rezoning request by Port Graham Corporation to rezone with proffers a 10-acre portion of tax map parcel 3114 from I industrial to A1 limited agricultural. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. In order to afford everyone opportunity, please state your name and address before you comment. So the floor is now open for public comment upon the rezone from I to A1 with proffers. If you would like to comment, please step up.
Joyce Brown, 15171 Cleve Drive. I also live about a quarter of a mile up Cleve Road from Senator Warner. And I'm just asking the question that there are 3 farmers that are, I think, within a mile or half a mile of this facility and want to know what impact it's going to have on our cows and our sheep. Because
So this is public comment at the moment, and so it's not a back and forth with the applicant. They will have an opportunity to address any questions that are brought up by public comment at that afterwards. Okay.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Chris Giles, and I live at 9004 Clare Street in King George. I'm speaking at this public hearing in favor of the rezoning request of the Port Graham Corporation and their special exception, which I guess I'll speak again on the same topic. If this requests are approved, this will open up many doors for training for my office. As it stands right now, most of the training we conduct is outside of the county. This costs the deputies time, traveling back and forth to the training, not to mention the wear and tear on the issued vehicles. The safety training facility that is requesting this rezoning and special exception request can support some of the training that would require us to leave the county. For instance, the qualifying range we use is private in King George County. This range is nearing its end of life due to the homeowner getting up in the years. When the end of life comes for us to use his range, we'll have to seek out another range, most likely outside of the county. We may even have to rent a range outside the county. This safety training facility has been proffered to allow us to use this facility if there are no scheduling conflicts with their training that they're providing. The safety training facility will provide us with an area for driving training, classroom training, as well as a much needed qualifying range, which we'll need in the very near future as well as for the ATVs and our side-by-side training. So I'm asking that you vote in favor of case number Z2 2023-00151, the rezoning request for the Fort Graham Corporation. Thank you.
Mr. Dines, do we have anyone online who would like to provide comment?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Did anyone receive correspondence to be entered into the record for the rezoning request? As I said, I have, I think, 3 that I was going to read in on the special exception. We're going to do them back to back before we vote.
Which ones do you have?
I have one that's from I don't know the name actually. It's from individual named Lisa about vegetable farmer. I have one from Caroline Waldron. And I have one from Mark Warner.
Okay, that's all I have. I just wanted to make sure we had.
I was going to read them all in, and like I said, I think it makes sense on the special exception request.
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I'm sorry, but out of an abundance of caution, I would request that the letters be read during this public hearing as well.
You want to do it during both?
If there's consensus, I would like.
Okay.
I think out of an abundance of caution.
We can do that.
Thank you.
I will read them then. So we'll start, I believe this is, just give me a second, from Caroline Waldron. Linda Carter and her team has consistently gone above and beyond our over the phone, by email, and in person with their proposals in regards to this project. She has consistently pushed for what is best for the neighbors without regards to cost, even when it was above what was required. She has been very approachable and easy to work with over the past 6 months. We've had ample time to discuss matters in regards to these proposals and are in full support of this project. I have another one from, I believe, like I said, I think it was just the name Lisa, and I didn't get a last name that I could tell. So unless someone saw something in the email that looked like you saw more information about a signature. C&T Produce. Thank you, Ms. Kupka. That is correct. We are vegetable farmers, and we have been farming in King George for 3 generations. Currently, and for the last 25 years, this has included the land near the proposed site. We feel this rezoning and special exception will be a very positive project for many reasons, some of which include the following. The Kenson farm was used for farming for many years. The gravel company has since mined it for sand and gravel and have completed that operation. The Kenson farm is perfect for this training facility because it will make use of land that would otherwise lay fallow. By allowing this, our community will be helping assist in supporting local law enforcement as well as federal agencies receive top-notch training right in our backyard. The facility will bring additional revenue to our community and thus will help local businesses in our community. As our county is growing faster than ever, we feel it would be a great asset to our county. And then the last one I had was from Mark Warner. Dear members of the board, my family owns property at 6684 Vineyard Road in the county. We have been part of the King George community since the late 1980s and have built deep family connections to the area. While we were in King George over the Thanksgiving holiday, we saw the notice regarding the proposed change of land use for the property known as Tax Map 3114. We have subsequently spoken to some of the neighbors and have become aware of the neighborhood's general concern around potential noise issues with the proposed new use. While we are not necessarily opposed to the change, we would request that more time be given to the neighbors, including my family, to understand the specifics of the land use change and how those changes could affect the use of our properties. Specifically, we believe there may be additional mitigation measures appropriate for this use. For instance, shooting baffles, additional plantings and vegetation. In addition, clarifications on which specific rifles will be permitted for use, which specific times use would be permitted, and specific notice to surrounding property owners when the property is used outside of normal permitted hours. More information will be useful to our family and our neighbors to feel confident our priorities will not be negatively impacted. I understand that there are noise studies and other analyses that we would like to review carefully and would give us a better understanding of the effect. And while I understand attempts were made to reach me, we have not been briefed to date. We are happy to meet with a representative from the company to be properly informed as soon as practical. I think a short delay would be sufficient. If you need to reach me for any reason, and I won't share his contact information. I appreciate your attention to our concerns. Mark R. Warner. So those were the three I had. Did anyone else have any other comments to be read into the record? Okay. Then I will close the floor for public comment on that public hearing, and we will now move on to public hearing. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding case number Z-2023-00150, special exception request by Port Graham Corporation owners to allowing facility in the A1 Limited Agricultural Zoning District on tax map parcel 3114 located in the Rappahannock River Settlement Area. We've had the staff report, so I will now open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before you comment. So this is for the special exception permit. So if anyone would like to comment upon that aspect, please come forth now.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I want to thank the three members that are retiring for their service. I've gotten a chance to work with a number of you over the last few years, and I appreciate your service, and I'm going to miss you in the future. I live at 6365 Berry Plains Landing, and as has been mentioned, Linda Carter was gracious enough to meet with us at my home, and we had a little over 20 people present for about a 2-hour question and answer session. The results of that meeting and the session with the Planning Commission is what you saw when you saw what was presented earlier this evening with the conditions. If you choose to pass this, my neighbors have asked that I at least let you know that we really want all of those conditions met and none struck as it moves forward. Thank you very much.
My name is Lawrence Baldwin. I reside at 6376 Twin Lanes Drive. It's Echodale Farm, right across the street from the proposed location. I'd like to start out by saying thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and staff for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I'm not anti-gun in any way, shape, or form. I was a member of the NRA. I was a deputy sheriff for the city of Alexandria. I've been a gun owner and user and handler all of my life. But I do have some questions and concerns, most of which have been addressed. But the one concern that has not been addressed adequately yet is the traffic issue. I understand that there's a 38 vehicle per day minimum, potentially. Cleve Drive, as you know, is a little 2-lane road, and if we're lucky, trucks will slow down to 55 miles an hour as they go down Cleve Drive towards the sand and gravel pit. So the additional traffic on there, I believe, presents a problem. There's an issue that has been discussed of stray bullets, 9mm having a range of 1 to 2 miles and fired in an upward trajectory. I understand that close supervision is provided. However, there are any number of gun ranges that provide close supervision. You still wind up with lots of bullets in the ceiling, indoor ranges. I'd like to know more about the provisions for that control. Our major concern really is we may be a little bit admittedly late to the objectors party. The first we knew of this proposal was several weeks ago when the notice of hearing was posted at the sand and gravel entrance. We tried to research, but given the sad state of internet access in the Northern Neck, we were impossible to do. Last week, we received a call from our neighbors in Berry Plain who had been informed that we, along with Senator Warner, had approved of the plan. I'd like to refer you to the Board of Supervisors minutes for October 3rd, page 31 to 32. The quote from Ms. Carter, "I have spoken to every single neighbor. Respectfully, not so. Ms. Carter has attempted to reach us only in the last 24 hours, but we've been too busy to respond dealing with two 93-year-old mothers. I will let Senator Warner speak for himself as he did with his letter. We recognize the value of the projected revenue of $81,000 and the benefits of shared usage for our public safety professionals, but as far as being neighbors in close proximity, we stand not in firm objection, but until such time as we get further information about an acoustical analysis, such as several that have been provided online, and any other safety concerns that may be on close examination of the documentation, we may find other safety concerns. Thank you.
Good evening. Edward Miles Hastings, 15057 Canning Way. At last Tuesday's Planning Commission meeting, during a break, one of the commissioners exclaimed that he couldn't believe that I would vote in favor of such a project. It's not so much that I'm in favor of it as I, as a neighbor and a businessman, would like to know what is coming rather than wait for an unknown. I've heard gunshots before. I know what they sound like. I've heard tires squeal going around corners. I've seen dust fly in the air. At the distances and with the mitigation efforts proposed by this project, I feel comfortable with these folks as my new neighbors. Over the years, we in the Dogue area have listened to many noises: duck hunters, goose hunters, deer hunters, dove hunters, Mark Warner's airboat, big block Fox body Mustangs with open exhaust headers, brine pumps running 24/7 at White Packing, backup alarms and earth-moving equipment, howitzers at AP Hill and Dahlgren, mud boats, bass boats, alarms for jammed equipment, alarms for office phones, loud music from Bell Grove, bellowing calves being weaned. I did that. Small arms, A-10 Warthogs, Apache helicopters, 301 traffic, Harleys cruising 607, Jake brakes going down Cleve Bottom, and all that under a major flight path. So you get the idea that Dogue is already exposed to noise. What a farmer is not used to is people running over his crops with cars and four-wheelers and walking where they please. This is happening more all the time. People who do not understand chemical usage, nor animal husbandry, or the need to work late hours. There's those who can't keep their pets in check, or don't seem to understand burn laws, or dump waste on others' property. That is why I welcome a known buffer to my business and my family's future. If this project does not go through, what the current owners may propose next may be the end of the bucolic lifestyle you enjoy now. Thank you.
I'm going to get up and speak because my butt's sore. I'm Leslie Shelkey, 15242, something like that, Walnut Hill. I'm tired. I think Miles said it, know your enemy or whatever. He said he'd rather have that business than the unknown. And I like the project. When I went to the Planning Commission meeting a few months ago and it kind of got tabled, I was a little disappointed. There is a training facility out in Montrose that I've been to. It's a gated training facility, military style. And they do allow foreign nationals, which I don't really care about that. But I think Sheriff Giles and his department deserve to have a state-of-the-art training facility, and that we as the citizens deserve to have the benefit of their training. The training facility out at Montrose, once you're through those gates, and it's right outside the city, right outside the town of Montrose. And they have shooting ranges, they have all of these tracks that they're talking about. You can't hear anything. You wouldn't even know it's there because I've been there. I've been on the premises with one of the instructors. And you don't have a clue that all of that is going on down in the woods. You can't hear the guns. You can't hear the cars racing down the tracks. So I think it would be a benefit. Plus, you wouldn't tear that 207 acres up by putting in a possible another subdivision, which is what I'm here to listen about next, or as we get further down this docket. Plus, I have to keep calling the sheriff's office because of what's going on in my neck of the woods, because now in the cul-de-sac, well, we'll get to that later.
Ken Stroud, 5405 Kings Highway. So there's been some very good commentary tonight and about the project, and I think Miles was the best. But so I am in support of the project. I think that it's a great opportunity for the county. It's definitely a great opportunity for all things that have been expressed for our law enforcement and having the ability to train. And the better they train, then the less likely of them making a mistake whenever they're working. However, some of the questions that were brought up during all the Amazon discussions were how many people are being employed from the county and how much of the business is going to be retained in the county. I haven't heard that. Also, the business is, it was briefed tonight, is an Alaska Native 8A. Nobody's asked how much money from Alaska Native 8A by law is required to go back to Alaska. So in this, even though there was a slide tonight about the funding, there's no projections as far as the funding that would reside in King George regarding that work that I'm aware of. Now maybe you guys have. So those are just some questions that I have, but it is a good project and definitely support it. It's just there's more that may be available to us. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Chris Giles and I live at 9004 Clare Street. For the exact same reasons that I spoke of in the previous public hearing, I would like to ask the board be in favor of case number 2023-00150, the special exception request by Port Graham Corporation to allow a training facility in the A1 Limited Agricultural Zoning District on tax map parcel 31-14 located in the Rappahannock River settlement area. Thank you.
Mr. Danzo, anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'm going to reread those three comments that were sent in just for this one, just to ensure that everything is above board. So from Caroline Waldron. Linda Carter and her team have consistently gone above and beyond over the phone, by email, and in person with their proposals in regards to this project. She has been consistently pushed for what is best for the neighbors without regards to cost, even when it is above what was required. She has been very approachable and easy to work with over the past 6 months. We've had ample time to discuss matters in regards to these proposals and are in full support of the project. So one's from, I believe it was Lisa, and it was the, trying to find the farm. Ms. Kupka, do you remember what the farm was? CT Produce. We're vegetable farmers and have been farming in King George for 3 generations. Currently, and for the last 25 years, this has included the land near the proposed site. We feel this rezoning and special exception would be a very positive project for many reasons, some of which include the following. The Kenson farm was used for farming for many years. The gravel company has since mined it for sand and gravel and have completed that operation. The Kenson farm is perfect for this training facility because it will make use of the land that would otherwise lay fallow. By allowing this, our community will be helping assist in supporting local law enforcement as well as federal agencies receive top-notch training right in our backyard. The facility will bring additional revenue to our community, and thus it will help local businesses in our community. As our county is growing faster than ever, we feel it would be a great asset to our county. And then the last one, again, this one's from Mark Warner. Dear members of the board, my family owns property at 6684 Vineyard Road in the county. We have been part of the King George community since the late 1980s and have built deep family connections to the area. While we were in King George over the Thanksgiving holiday, we saw the notice regarding the proposed change of land use for the property known as Tax Map 3114. We have subsequently spoken to some of the neighbors and have become aware of the neighborhood's general concern around potential noise issues with the proposed new use. While we are not necessarily opposed to the change, we would request that more time be given to the neighbors, including my family, to understand the specifics of the land use change and how those changes would affect the use of our properties. Specifically, we believe there may be additional mitigation measures appropriate for this use. For instance, shooting baffles, additional plantings, and vegetation. In addition, clarifications on which specific rifles will be permitted for use, which specific times use would be permitted, and specific notice to surrounding property owners when the property is used outside of normal permitted hours. More information will be useful to our family and our neighbors to feel confident our properties will not be negatively impacted. I understand that there are noise studies and other analysis that we would like to review carefully and would give us a better understanding of the effect. And while I understand attempts were made to reach me, we have not been briefed to date. We are happy to meet with a representative from the company to be properly informed as soon as practical. I think a short delay would be sufficient. And again, he can be reached, and I will not read his contact information, but he closes with, I appreciate your attention to our concerns. So I will ask, again, is there any other comment before we close? Oh, yes, ma'am.
I just would like Linda and Sheriff Giles to look into the impact on animals hearing. You know, yes, we're certainly used to hunters in the area. At my house, I get broken windows and I get broken china on my china thing from the guns that go off at AP Hill. So over the years, I've had a lot of broken china and broken windows at my historical house. So I would just like her to maybe check with Scott Griner, the sheep specialist at Virginia Tech, just to reassure me that there's human hearing and then the animals are very sensitive. So I just would like some assurance. I mean, I think the training facility is great, but I am interested in knowing, are they going to be shooting 12 hours a day? Is it going to be a constant noise, or is it just intermittent? I mean, we're used to hunters being intermittent, but they don't shoot constantly all 12 hours all day long. So I just would like some feedback on that. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, I'll just make sure my colleagues, did anyone else have any other correspondence to be read in? Okay, then we will close the floor for public comment on the second public hearing, and I'll bring it back. I'll ask the applicant if you would like to address any of the questions that were brought up. You're obviously welcome to.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, Mr. Baldwin's issue about the traffic, what we plan to do is bring students in a passenger van, not a bus. We anticipate that there'll be about 3 passenger vans coming in to the site in the morning, and after the training, they'll leave in the evening. Some of the instructors will come in their private vehicles. And we understand that's a concern because they have to live with those dump trucks with the mine coming in and out of there. And the traffic should be very, very limited that this site will create. With regard to stray bullets and going 2 and 3 miles, I think that's safe to say they'll be shooting a 9mm round out of a pistol. I don't think we have to worry about that happening because it's going to be under very strict professional supervision at the range. And the gentleman designed this range to be incredibly safe and to absorb all the sound. And the shooting will be intermittent. It's not going to be a constant thing. And I'm happy to answer any other questions that you all have.
Do anyone else have any other questions for the applicant? Go ahead, Ms. Binder.
One of the other questions brought up several times was about the animals, but there is a lot of already intermittent noises in that area that, I mean, Mr. Standish, did I get the right? Or I'm thinking of historical, but Miles, how about we say Miles? Hastings, correct? Yes, thank you, Mr. Granger. You had a really good letter, but now I lost my train of thought. But he had mentioned all the vehicles and other things that have caused. I mean, have you looked into what impact on maybe the farming in the area?
I think Mr. Hastings was talking about the existing.
Correct, that's where I was going for.
Now, and I guess I would just point out to the board, and maybe we didn't do a very good job of this. This land's 207 acres, and they're only using 10. Inside that 200 acres. So there's a huge buffer really of 190 some acres that's just going to be undisturbed and natural. I can't speak to the animals. I hear people talk about bald eagles and you shouldn't drive a tractor under them. And I watch it how they will stand over top of you and watch what you're doing if you're slamming a mallet or doing something. So I really don't know how to answer that question. I mean, there's a lot of noise going on in rural Virginia every day, and a lot of people out there with shotguns hunting, and a shotgun's probably 4 times as loud as a 9mm round, I would suspect.
Well, I thank you for trying.
I don't know if that answers your question or not, but
well, I thank you for at least doing that. I mean, it is it depends on what kind of animal. I guess there's a lot of variables there, and I'm not an animal husbandry person, so.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator, this is Kerry O'Neill with TRS. I'd like to comment on the livestock and concerns of the farm animals. I'm also a ranch and farm owner, and the way the rounds are going to be fired within the range itself, as said earlier, the sound should go directly upwards. This is taken into consideration the environment around there. The distance of the 9mm rounds that are being proposed are flight of less than 1.5 miles under perfect conditions, which stay within the boundaries of the site. The other is the estimated decibels that would be heard at the edge of the site is 40 decibels, and that's less than a whisper. I've been doing this 33 years. I've designed many ranges right within urban city areas bordering schools, parks, residential areas, convalescent homes, stadiums, and I can assure you that the animals will not be affected by what has been designed. And all measures have been taken into consideration with this design to make sure the neighbors are going to be happy with the project.
Thank you for clarifying and answering that. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'll just ask Sheriff, did you have anything else you wanted to share with the board? You're welcome to. If you don't, that's fine too. Just, okay. Thanks, Sheriff. I'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
If I may, Mr. Chair, Ms. Washington updated one of the sample motions to include those additional suggested conditions.
Okay.
Just like to just clarify, that's the one on page 3?
It's actually page 4, I believe. It is
Number 3.
sample motion 2 for the special exception.
We would want to do the rezoning
Mr.
ones first,
Chair,
right?
I can go ahead and hit the rezoning.
Okay, let's
I'm
do
ready.
that. Let's do that one first.
I move to approve rezoning application case number Z2023-00151 to rezone with proffers a 10-acre portion of tax map parcel 31-14 located in the Rappahannock River settlement area from I industrial to A1 limited agricultural. This action is based on this rezoning being in accordance with the comprehensive plan's policy to preclude higher density residential and commercial development in the Rappahannock River South rural development area. This rezoning also achieves the intent of the initial rezoning of the property, which required this 10-acre portion to be rezoned from industrial back to the appropriate zoning in the area, which currently is A1 limited agricultural. It is the finding of this motion that the rezoning serves the purposes of general welfare and good zoning practice.
Second. A motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. I'll entertain a motion on case number Z 2023-00150, special exception request by Port Graham Corporation to allowing facility in A1 limited agricultural zoning district on tax map parcel 3114.
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I move to approve special exception request case number Z2023-00150 with draft special exception conditions as resubmitted after the Planning Commission meeting by the applicant on or about December 14th, 2023, and reflected in the final staff report to allow a training facility which will provide technical defense and orientation training for students as defined in the condition and or their family and staff in preparation for overseas assignments as related to military and defense assignments in the A1 limited agricultural zoning district on tax map parcel 3114 located in the Rappahannock River settlement area. This motion includes editing the following 2 draft conditions. 1, edit draft special exception condition number 7 to state the following: no rifles shall be used on site except for the King George County Sheriff's Department. The King George Sheriff's Department may use rifles with silencers provided at the expense of the applicant. No rifles shall be fired without noise suppressors and or silencers. Number 2, edit draft special exception condition number 9 to state the following: the facility shall not be open to the general public. Access to the facility shall be limited to employees of the facility, deliveries of goods, and students receiving training on behalf of the designated government agencies of the United States and states and localities of the United States. This motion also includes adding an additional condition to the draft special exception conditions to state the following: project will not operate under a tax exempt status. This action is based on training facilities being permitted by special exception in the A1 limited agricultural zoning district and the applicant meeting the conditions to be issued a special exception permit under King George zoning ordinance section 5.4.1.
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, thank you. We'll move on to 1212. So case number 23. Let me just make sure I get the All right, case number 23-11-ZS01, proposed adoption of a new King George County zoning and subdivision ordinance. This case concerns a comprehensive ordinance overhaul and modernization, which was initiated in 2021 through a series of work sessions. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding case number 23-11-ZS01, proposed adoption of a new King George County zoning and subdivision ordinance. This case concerns a comprehensive ordinance overhaul and modernization, which was initiated in 2021 through a series of work sessions. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. When you come up, please state your name and address before you comment. Upon completion of public comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. The board may or may not take action tonight depending on the information received during public comment.
Good evening, Rebecca Cobb with the Berkeley Group. You should be familiar with me at this point. We've been together for a couple of years now working on this project. I've got a presentation. Can you, yeah. And so I will try to strike the balance with this presentation of being informative, to maybe answer some of your questions, to let the public know, but also being brief. All right, so we'll get going. So just a reminder, as I mentioned, this project started a couple of years ago where we kicked it off with some public engagement, had public workshops, stakeholder sessions, put out a public survey. From that, we went into drafting, having work sessions with the Planning Commission to draft each article of the zoning ordinance, and now have moved into the adoption phase. We conducted a public open house to review the proposed ordinance. From there, we had a couple of work sessions with you all where we talked about those public comment items as well as your items. We've incorporated revisions from those meetings. We've had public hearing with the Planning Commission. Planning Commission is recommending approval, and then now it's to you all for public hearing. So reminder, we are updating to make sure we comply with the Code of Virginia. We're clarifying language, streamlining it, making it easier to use both for your staff and for the public, modernizing to make sure you're capturing some new uses and being business friendly. And then also revising to match your comprehensive plan recommendations. There is a zoning map that corresponds to the zoning ordinance. However, through this process, we are not making any changes to the zoning map. So what your property is zoned tonight, unless you're here for rezoning, then that's what it is. So generally, just some changes since those joint meetings back in August, September. We have incorporated those edits that were directed during that time, as well as from the Planning Commission's public hearing. We've also incorporated the language that was supplied by the county attorney, and then we've just done some general cleanup that was not substantive. This is the structure of the proposed ordinance. So there are 11 articles, and I will go through those just very briefly. Mostly, I'm just going to highlight those changes that we have discussed over the previous months. So Article 1 is the in general article. This is largely based on state code. There was some discussion from those joint meetings about needing some clarification about applications that are submitted, if it falls under the old ordinance or the new ordinance. So we did add some clarity to that as requested. Article 2 is the administration article. This touches the powers and duties of all those that deal with the ordinance the most. It also addresses enforcement and introduces some fines and how those are incorporated when there are discovered violations of the ordinance. In terms of major changes, we updated variance definition based on county attorney request, and then also updated violations and penalties language based on state code. Article 3, these are permits and applications, all things that are submitted to the zoning office, everything from just zoning permits and site plans, variances, rezonings, those types of things. It also addresses the requirements through the state for public hearings and notifications. Major changes here were mostly about clarifying language. So proper language just being more clear about materially affect and what that means. We also took out some prohibitions regarding reapplications. We updated some BZA procedures, added that the zoning administrator and county attorney review right-of-way dedication and help make decisions on those. Article 4 addresses the primary zoning districts. There were some changes here for the names of those, just clarifying to kind of help clarify what those districts are. One district has been added. It's at the bottom of that table, MU, mixed use. Again, it is not mapped, so it's provided, it's there. People can apply for this district, but no land currently is proposed to be zoned mixed use. In terms of major changes, we've clarified the calculation method for steep slopes. We've added exterior stairs to the agricultural setback projections, things that can project into the setback. We've clarified calculating density per gross acre. We also clarified the building height measurement and added a max height for the second story windowsills. And I believe there's some language before you from your chief kind of helping to hone and fine tune that language a bit that's proposed for tonight. Article 5 are your overlay districts. You have several overlay districts, and we have added one, military compatibility area overlay. Again, this area has not been mapped. This would be something that the county should undertake in the future to make sure that this area or this text can be utilized for the military area. Another thing to note is we clarified submittal requirements to allow electronic copies and corrected BZA determination language. So Article 6 contains the use matrix. This contains a table of all of the uses that are permitted within your county, and it lets you know within what districts they are allowed by right, special exception, or if they are not permitted in a particular district. It also lets you know if there's additional standards that have to be complied with for particular uses. In terms of major changes, we clarified accessory dwelling unit definition, permitted recreational facility, non-commercial, by special exception in all zoning districts. We changed use permissions for nursing homes from by right to special exception in the R3. The next article is your use performance standards. So these are special standards considering the impacts of particular uses. Changes here since those joint meetings were clarified home occupation permissions and hours of operation, revised the telecommunications facility provisions to be more in line with state code, clarified battery energy storage facility safety provisions as requested by the fire chief, removed maximum lot acreage for utility scale solar, clarified multifamily provisions to allow multiple principal structures on a parcel, clarified agritourism, EV charging station, and short-term rental provisions. Also, since the Planning Commission public hearing, they recommended adding soil testing to utility scale solar and then exempting battery storage from screening requirements when adjacent to on the same side of the street as other industrial parcels. Article 8 is community design standards. This is all about the look and the feel of your county. So it contains lighting standards, landscaping and screening standards, parking and loading, signs, and then some other miscellaneous items regarding open space, utilities, and then also noise was recently added. In terms of changes, since we met, the major changes include added complaint-based testing to industrial noise provisions, clarified parking design standards in the RPA. So this would be existing parking in the RPA. Clarified provisions for temporary signs. And then the next article is nonconformities. When there's amendments to or adoption of new ordinance, new zoning ordinance, there are going to be nonconformities, meaning there may be things that legally meet the zoning standards in your current ordinance, but would not meet the standards in the proposed ordinance. And so that might be uses, lots, or structures. And this article describes how they can be continued and what rules that they have to follow. It matches what state code requires. There's not been any additional changes to this article. The next is subdivision. So your subdivision ordinance is taken from your full county code and becoming an article of your zoning ordinance. In terms of changes here, we have the lot remnants. There was questions about, having to meet minimum lot sizes. And so we are allowing for BMPs, open space, rec amenities, those types of things to have smaller lot sizes. We've clarified what a driveway, a shared driveway, and private streets are, as well as clarifying the provisions for private streets. We've revised the required access points and clarified how you receive exemptions for those, clarified procedures for the plat review and approval, and allow townhome developments to front on private streets. In terms of definitions, changes here were just some formatting changes. We did also update the variance definition as mentioned previously. So that is it in terms of what's been updated. I am available for questions from you now or also later if you have other questions.
So I'll just start by saying it's been a long haul. So I really appreciate Berkeley Group working with the staff and with Planning Commission, with us, with citizens to help us craft this zoning ordinance overhaul. So thank you for all those efforts as well and being here to present the fruits of those labors.
Yes.
So I'll ask my colleagues if they have any questions at this moment. Otherwise, we can open the floor for public comment for the public hearing.
Mr. Chair, yes, I do have a question. The Planning Commission, did they have the benefit of this memo from Chief Moody with regard to maximum window sill height?
No, that was not mentioned during their public hearing. I think that has come since that time frame.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else have any questions at this time?
Yes.
Go ahead, Ms. Binder.
A couple of business owners have asked me, and I don't know. I looked in the new ordinance and couldn't find it. The parking lot, the requirement for a business to have a certain amount of parking lot spaces. Is that?
So there is a table in Article 8, the community design standards. There's a table that outlines the same uses that are in the use matrix and says how many parking spaces is required. If there's not a particular use listed in that table, there is text that says it would be same as a similar use and would be, you know, something that could be answered by the zoning administrator.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. In that case, I think we'll open the floor for public comment. So if anyone would like to comment upon the case number 2311-ZS01, proposed adoption of a new King George County zoning and subdivision ordinance, please come forth now.
Yes. My name is Logan Burnett. I'm an associate attorney with Hirschler, downtown Fredericksburg. I'm here representing Pineview Park and generally the manufactured home industry. We would just like to underscore, we appreciate all of the staff's work and the Berkeley Group's work over a period of years. We would encourage the board to allow the incoming board to work with the industry, as we think that we're almost there. This ordinance, it's almost there, but there are a few practical issues that we would like to see addressed. And we would like to continue conversations with the board, with the Berkeley Group, just to make sure that this continues to work for King George County now and in the future. With that, if there's any comments from the Pineview Park Group, I defer the rest of my time.
Well, I think we'll start over. So, because it's a new person. So if you have a public comment, if you could state your name, your address, and then you'll have your 3 minutes as well.
Okay, yeah, my name is Craig Rollins. I live at 10558 Kings Highway, King George, and I'm a representative of Pineview Mobile Home Trailer Park. And for most of this, from what I've seen, is from new construction, existing construction and that kind of stuff. It's been there since, well, let's go ahead and call it like we said. We're talking about the trailer park. 1974 is since that's been there. The issue that I'm having with this, some of these stuff in this new ordinance is that I have lots over there in the trailer park. Now, not trying to be rude or nasty, but the definition of a mobile home trailer park, that means mobile. People don't stay in there all the time. They move in and out of mobile homes, trailer parks. A lot of people want to move into a trailer park and buy a piece of property and then stick their mobile home on that until they get a chance to build a house. I call it stepping stones. A trailer park is a stepping stone. Not for everybody, though. There's a lot of people that still rely on trailer parks. There's a lot of people in King George County who still owns trailer parks. And the only issue right now that I'm seeing that I'm having a problem with is the simple fact of this 2 years. If a trailer is not on a lot for 2 years, then I can no longer use that lot when it's got its own individual septic system, its own water hookup, and its own electrical pedestal. What is the logic reasoning of why we can't use the lot? And every time we phone, try to have a conversation, we get because. Why can't we use the lot? Because why? It's not making any sense. It's been a trailer park since 1974. There's nothing different, and we're not changing anything. Only thing we want to do is reuse a lot that hasn't been used in a while. And that's part of the mobile home game. That's part of the mobile home business. You get that. You're not going to keep a full park at all the time. If you can, great. But you're not going to keep full capacity at all times. It's not going to happen. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Melissa Rollins, and I am at 12026 Kings Highway. I called the county back in May to ask why one of my tenants who had applied to put a mobile home in replacement of their mobile home on a lot, and they said that they were not allowed to put any new mobile homes in the park. So when I called the county, I was passed down to 5 different people, and I was told that the county attorney would call me, and I'm still waiting on that phone call.
Mr. Dunn, do we have anyone online?
Good evening, Ryan Gilchrist. I live in Albemarle County, and I'm with Open Road Renewables. We're a utility scale solar developer and battery storage developer. Just a couple of final comments on the ordinance. I have paper copies of the short, just language changes, if I can pass these out.
Mr. Dance, would you mind bringing them up? You can carry on.
Okay. So I've passed out this paper with the 4 proposed changes here to Article 7. 3 of them having to do with solar, 1 of them having to do with battery storage. The first one is regarding wetlands for solar. I believe this one was adopted at the November Planning Commission hearing, but it did not make it into the version that was distributed tonight. We wholeheartedly agree that the avoidance of wetlands is paramount. However, minor wetlands crossings can be necessary. So we ask that you consider just adopting that to the extent possible at the end of that sentence. The second proposed change is in regards to the groundwater testing provision, which was also discussed in November, specifically the merits of soil testing versus groundwater testing. Soil testing was previously not in the ordinance, but was incorporated after last month. It was brought up, though, to be put there in lieu of groundwater testing because any contamination would affect soil long before groundwater. It doesn't make sense to do both, so we ask that you consider keeping the new soil paragraph, but eliminating the groundwater testing requirement. The third change relates to stipulations that the solar's interconnection line must be fully blocked from view. For projects that connect to an existing transmission line, it's impossible to fully block the view, so we ask that you consider replacing the word block with the word obscure and add the words to the extent practical at the end. One final comment regarding battery storage systems. By way of 2 examples, Tesla, the largest US manufacturer of US batteries, uses an LFP chemistry that's much safer than existing lithium-ion systems. Other manufacturers have adopted flow chemistry, which is an alternative to lithium-ion and has no fire risk whatsoever. Both these options meet the latest NFPA standards, but under the draft ordinance, neither of them would be candidates for use in King George. That's because in addition to adopting the latest version of NFPA, which we support, the draft ordinance prescribes technical requirements that will actually make batteries less safe. Active fire suppression is the one that I'm referring to. Active fire suppression can actually increase the risk of fire with these battery technologies. This may sound counterintuitive, but most state-of-the-art battery technology manufactured in the US does actually not use active fire suppression because it's no longer considered best practice under the 2023 version of NFPA.
Mr. Gilchrist, time is up. I do appreciate we do have it, so I do appreciate it.
Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir.
This is Logan Burnett again. I'm for another industry, but I won't take up any time.
I'm sorry, it's individual
I did
public
send
comment.
Kelly a letter around December 12th. I don't know if that's been shared, but just defer that to you all.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Dines, do we have anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Then I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for discussion and consideration.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm prepared with a motion, but I'd like to explain my point of view prior to offering it, if I may. So where I'm coming from is we've been working on this, the current board, for the last 2 years. We are at the end of our contract, I would guess, with the Berkeley Group. And so to have them do any more heavy lifting on this probably would require another amendment to the contract, which would cost the taxpayers more money. My suggestion is, and I'm sorry, Chief Moody, I always support you, but your recommendation here was a little bit late, as were many of these others. So my recommendation would be that we adopt it as approved by the Planning Commission. And so then at a later date for these changes, these are things that people have obviously done a great deal of background on. We probably can have our in-house staff, our in-house counsel, and our in-house staff work on these changes and allow the Planning Commission the opportunity to weigh in on those. But for the most part, I feel like the Berkeley Group has done the heavy lifting here for us that they were contracted to do. So with that, I will offer a motion. I move to approve adoption of the proposed zoning and subdivision ordinance in its entirety as approved by the King George County Planning Commission with an effective date of January 1, 2024. This recommendation will comply with a delayed effective date as discussed at the September 26, 2023 joint work session and will coincide with the January 1, 2024 effective date to separately relocate by separate action existing Article 13 stormwater management and Article 15 wetlands of the current zoning ordinance Appendix A of the County Code to Chapter 5.5 of the County Code.
Second. We have a motion properly seconded. Further discussion, Ms. Bender.
Yes, I'm glad to specify I was going to make a point about having the date because we did not have the date originally. But one thing I would like to clarify, if we do pass this, as a new board, I would like to bring up some of these things that came in, I don't agree with them. But one of the things I wanted to add, and this came from my time on the solar HB 206 and some discussions with those in the industry, I wanted to make sure we put in there something about the disposal of the solar panels because there's some more language that has come to light that could be used to make sure that the panels are disposed of and properly and the toxicity and all of that. So I would hope that if we do pass this, that our new board, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Collins, too, is that we bring up some of these things to amend the ordinance and tighten them up a little bit.
So as we see, there's some holes in here, some things that need to be fixed. I think that we need to fix them before we adopt them.
Go ahead, Ms. Bender.
I have another question. Now, I know that we've had a rush of applications to the community development to try to get in before these rules come in. If we do not adopt this, what happens with that? Does every one of those applications get in under the old ordinance, which might not be the best thing for King George?
So applications have statutory review times, and in the normal course, that can be up to a year, depending on the type of application. Some are shorter. So I think there's probably relatively few that would still be subject to the old ordinance, unless they were the language that I think was presented by the Berkeley Group is they have to submit an application that is complete, has addressed all comments. Usually at a minimum, there's 2 staff comment letters, oftentimes more. So I don't foresee too many projects that are not already in the pipeline. And even among the ones that have been recently submitted, I don't know if they will be complete to the point of just awaiting, action by the appropriate boards by January 1st.
And then my second question is, do you think in a reasonable time, like the month of January, we could address some of these concerns and bring it for a vote? Like, how long would that have to be if we delayed it?
Not within January. So the new board in January could do what's called an initiating resolution, where you say, Planning Commission, I'd like you to look at this issue. And then the Planning Commission has, I believe, a 60-day clock where they have to get back to you. And so it'd probably be a couple month-long process before it came back to the board, in all honesty.
That's if we approved it, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. What would be the process to add, like if we didn't approve it and we added in these extra changes, what is the process for that?
So the whole entirety of the zoning ordinance and the subdivision ordinance are up for amendment. But typically you would not make amendments that are more stringent on the development community. unless it's something that's already been discussed at one or other of the public hearings or in the course of the process. If something entirely new comes, that might be something that you would refer back to the Planning Commission for an opinion on. So in your sample motions, there's a lot of options. You could approve as presented, approve with changes, you could defer, you could refer back to the Planning Commission, you could deny. So there's a lot of options.
Because I know this has been a long process, and it's nothing, it's a Bertha group. You've done a lot. I mean, to do a major rezoning and ordinance is a big haul, since a lot of this was from 1987, and there are other localities that was 1977, and they're currently updating their ordinances. But, you know, there's a couple things, like the one thing I was going to bring up, and the mobile home park, that it kicks my head, because when I was a kid, my parents had a trailer, and we would go to different places and stay. And I have some questions now, as they brought up that issue. And so that's a question I would like to ask. I didn't even think of it when we were going through. You know what they always say is sometimes you miss things, even though it's a lot of pages. So that is one of my concerns.
Okay, we have a motion that has been properly seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries.
Mr. Chair, I have another motion.
Yes, ma'am.
I do believe we need to adopt the resolution.
Okay.
So I move to adopt the resolution to adopt the proposed zoning and subdivision ordinance to amend and reordain in their entirety the current zoning ordinance and subdivision ordinances located in Appendix A and Appendix B, respectively, of the county code. And this is the ordinance amendment for case number 23-11-ZS01. And the date in the final clause, be it further resolved that such consolidated zoning and subdivision ordinance shall have a delayed effective date of January 1, 2024.
Second.
A motion probably seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Okay. King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding county attorney, proposed relocation and minor amendments of wetland and stormwater ordinances. I will first ask for the staff report. We'll then open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before you comment. Upon completion of public comment, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. The board may or may not take action tonight, depending on the information received during public comment. Ms. Lackey.
So as I reported at the last meeting, there are some changes needed to the wetlands ordinance specifically that by state law should take effect no later than January 1st. The wetlands ordinance has to exactly match the provisions of state law. The biggest change you'll see in the agenda packet, again, using that format of the black line, sometimes called where it's strike throughs or underlining for changes, is to change the notice provisions prior to a public hearing by the Wetlands Board on a permit application. From the draft that was included in the last agenda packet, the current draft does have one change that was discussed at the last meeting, but was not in the last meeting's agenda packet, that at Article 1, Section 1-3-2B1, the word county the word county replaced jurisdictions, and that's with regard to inspections by the Wetlands Board. In addition to the mandatory wetlands changes by January 1st, the existing stormwater ordinance is based on a model ordinance. So I looked closely at the edits proposed by the Berkeley group, but I did refine them a little and make the changes less. Because I was less concerned about consistency and formatting and style than in trying to keep to the model ordinance as it was presented about 10 years ago, except for regulatory or statutory changes. I will note that consolidated regulations for erosion and sediment control and stormwater management are forthcoming or in progress by DEQ. So there's going to have to be some additional changes to the stormwater provisions next year. The next board will address that prior to July 1st. The current location of the wetlands and stormwater management ordinances is within the zoning ordinance, but moving the provisions to a separate part of the county code was a recommendation of the Berkeley group, to which I agreed. It's very common in a lot of jurisdictions to have those provisions in an environmental chapter or something titled similarly in the regular provisions of the county code. Due to the need to meet the state mandated wetlands ordinance provisions, I recommend that an environmental chapter of the county code be created as chapter 5.5 to contain the amended articles of wetlands and stormwater management ordinances with an effective date of January 1st, 2024.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Lackey before we open the floor for public comment on this public hearing? Okay. In that case, we will open the floor for the proposed relocation and minor amendments of wetlands and stormwater ordinances. If you have a comment, please state your name and have 3 minutes. Mr. Dines, do we have anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did anyone receive correspondence in regards to this public hearing? All right, in that case, I will close public hearing and I'll bring it back to the board for consideration.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Good.
I move to adopt an ordinance to relocate and reordain the wetlands and stormwater management ordinances from Articles 13 and 15 of Appendix A zoning code to a new chapter 5.5 of the King George County Code to be entitled Environment, with amendments to the wetlands ordinance as required by state law.
Second. We have a motion properly seconded. Is there any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that's been properly advertised to receive public input regarding County Attorney Amendment of Noise Ordinance Section 10-8 of County Code. I will first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. In order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak, please state your name and address before you comment. Upon completion of public comment, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. The board may or may not take action tonight, depending on the information received during public comment. Ms. Lackey.
Yes, similarly to the prior matter, this was something that was discussed at the last meeting. There was some confusion from the public and even I think from the Planning Commission that what I was tasked to do by this board earlier this year was to look at the so-called nuisance noise ordinance, the noise provisions in the county code, not the zoning provisions that were acted on with regard to a new industrial noise in the zoning ordinance, which are to be enforced by community development. I did, however, consult with community development and the sheriff's office. The sheriff's office would be the primary enforcing agent for this type of ordinance to look at what changes might be wise to possibly coincide with changes in the zoning ordinance. The biggest changes include different methodology for impulse or continuous sounds, and to also establish different noise thresholds for different zoning districts. There is the industrial district is one of the districts included in the amended provisions, but the exceptions provide that if there are other applicable provisions in the zoning ordinance, then there's an exemption under what's enforced by the sheriff, and what's in the zoning code applies. The sheriff would remain the enforcing authority for the ordinance. I forgot to mention the other big change is to provide enforcement of sea level weighted, which is base noise. Though that is a little bit unusual in Virginia, I will say there's some legislation that might come out with regard to vehicular noise, but in a rural community like King George, that's more like a good neighbor kind of concern where people in their residences cannot sleep or relax because of base noise, and that's the primary motivating purpose. The levels are set intentionally somewhat high so that just those extreme violators would be potentially subject to enforcement. Exceptions, as mentioned, do include what is in the zoning ordinance. And the only change from the draft as included in the prior agenda packet is that to better define what is a lawful discharge of firearms and to coincide with the Kenson Farm application that you heard tonight that proffered to comply with the noise ordinance, language was added as an exception within the exception. So there's an exception for lawful discharge of firearms, but that exception shall include commercial activities for which proffers or conditions associated with land use specify otherwise. So for example, tonight's application, Kenson Farm has conditioned their special exception on meeting the noise standard. So this would not provide an out for them from regulation, but their regulation would be under the zoning ordinance.
Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Lackey about the noise ordinance proposal?
If I may, Mr. Chair, the recommendation, should the board choose to act on this, would to have a delayed effective date similar to the zoning ordinance and have them actually, in light of the Kenson Farm Act application, you might as well act tonight. On second thought, that's up to you all.
Okay. In that case, I will go ahead and open the floor for public comment upon draft ordinance amendments to the County Code Section 10-8. So please, if you have public comment, please state your name, your address, and have 3 minutes. Mr. Dines, is there anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did anyone receive correspondence in regards to the noise ordinance amendment? Okay, I will close public comment and bring it back to the board for consideration and discussion.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Okay.
I move to adopt an ordinance to amend the noise ordinance provisions provided in Chapter 10, Offenses Miscellaneous, Article 1, Section 8 of the King George County Code, effective immediately.
Second. A motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. The King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding Department of Community Development, case number 22-02-Z01, rezoning request by Walnut Hill Development Corporation and NVR Incorporated owners to rezone with proffers tax map 9-10, parcels 1 through 42, A, B, and C, portions from A2, Rural Agricultural District to R3, Multifamily Dwelling District. Combined acreage is approximately 122.99. The acreage to be rezoned is approximately 46.36. The remaining A2 portions of tax map 910C will be subject to the proposed proffers. The proposal includes 25 detached single-family dwelling units and 75 attached townhome units. All lots to be served by public water and sewer. The minimum lot size in the A2 zoning district is 2 acres. The minimum lot size for lots served by public water and sewer in the R3 zoning district is 15,000 square feet, and the minimum lot size for townhomes is 1,500 square feet. The rezoning request includes the following. 1, subdivision ordinance exception request for an exception from the Planning Commission's authority to require more than one direct access to a primary or secondary road entrance under King George Subdivision Ordinance Section 8.3.1B. 2, subdivision ordinance exception request to allow for less than the required number of constructed interparcel connections per section 8.3.1C. 3, subdivision ordinance exception request to allow for an increase to the maximum cul-de-sac length per section 8.3.5A. All parcels are located within the Dahlgren settlement area per the King George County Comprehensive Plan 2019. We'll first ask for the staff report. I will then open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. When you do come up, please state your name and address before you comment. Upon completion of public comment, I will bring the matter back to the board for consideration. The board may or may not take action tonight depending on the information received during public comment. Ms. Ferrugi.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Angela Farugi. I'm here this evening to present the Walnut Hill rezoning on behalf of King George County Community Development. As you are likely aware, the majority of this application, or all of this application, was reviewed under the former Director of Community Development, Louis Pancotti. The staff report before you is largely his with some minor modifications. The same with the PowerPoint presentation. It was largely his with some minor modifications. So I'm presenting to you staff's findings this evening. As you are aware, there's a rezoning request before you by Walnut Hill Development Corporation and NVR with proffers to rezone tax map 910, parcels 1 through 42, A, B, and a portion of C from A2 rural agricultural to R3 multifamily. The acreage of the property is just under 123 acres, with the acreage requesting for rezoning to be approximately 46 acres. However, they have proffered, the applicant has proffered that the remaining portion of A2 will also be subject to those proposed proffers. This proposal includes 25 detached single-family dwelling units and 75 attached townhome units. All of the lots will be served by public water and sewer. The minimum lot size in the A2 zoning district, which it currently is, with the cluster provision, is 40,000 square feet. Minimum lot size for lots served by public water and sewer in R3 is 15,000 square feet, with the minimum lot size of townhomes of 1,500 square feet. As you have already mentioned, Mr. Chair, the rezoning request also includes 3 exception requests, which I will get into in more detail. The location you can see here, it has the previously approved subdivision that's already been approved by King George County underlaid underneath here. As everyone is likely aware, there's your existing entrance off Owens Drive. Hazelnut comes in here as a divided roadway, and then Wildflower Lane is here. You'll see, again, this is what is existing approved, and I will show what they are proposing, the changes proposed. The next slide. So as you can see, the entrance is going to remain, or is proposed to remain in the same location as it's currently constructed, as is Hazelnut remaining the same. Wildflower here, the applicant is proposing to pull this back from which will, due to environmental constraints and stormwater deficiencies. They're also proposing to eliminate the existing platted right-of-way of Pewter Lane, again, citing environmental constraints, wetlands, and stream crossing. Okay. Here you will see this is the proposed revised layout with the proposed rezoning. Went over much of the same location, coming in, stubbed right-of-way to the neighboring property. Coming down here, these are the townhome units in question. Again, if you recall, the cul-de-sac before was all the way up here. It's being pulled back. They are proffering a trail as well. Again, the existing zoning is A2 cluster that was approved. The proposed rezoning will be R3 with proffers, and as well as A2. Been over the ordinance requirements for both districts, so I don't need to hit that again. A little bit of history on the project. Originally, there back in 2007, there was an application for 240 dwelling units and commercial uses, which was denied. But in 2017, the cluster subdivision plat that is now known as Walnut Hill was approved by the board, which consisted of 42 residential lots and just over 78 acres of open space. It's important to note too, they're requesting an exception tonight to allow their subdivision to only be served by one entrance under the cluster subdivision plat that was previously approved. The board did approve in 2015 to allow the subdivision to just be served by one entrance. Largely the reason for the rezoning and the change this evening is during construction of the subdivision, it was discovered that the construction of stormwater management facilities was not sufficient to support the project. So construction was stopped. The stormwater ponds were abandoned, and now they're reducing their footprint and coming back before you this evening. The applicant has provided a GDP, which shows all these general new locations. Again, as I've touched on already, they'll mostly follow the road network, but with that pullback of Wildflower Lane. They're also proposing a passive use lawn with a 20 by 20 pavilion along with a nature trail, which will be maintained by the HOA. Secondary gated emergency access is also being proposed and provided off of Dahlgren Road. Here's a rendering of the applicant's request that's before you this evening, just so you can see what it looks like in color with the dwelling units and the landscaping and buffering around. Again, this is showing the overall development of the property here. As you can see, the footprint is being drastically reduced here, will result in a smaller roadway network, less impervious surface, etc. This area east here will remain as A2, but again, it will be subject to the same proffers as offered by the applicant. The use will be limited to 25 single-family dwelling units and 75 townhome units. Again, we've kind of been all over all of this already. All of these are in their proffers. The pump station access road will have an access gate accessible by the association as well as King George Fire and Rescue. Water and sewer, of course, will be designed to and constructed to service authority standards. And the proffers are in your packet this evening, hitting on some of the highlights. They are proffering just over $78,000 to offset the fire and rescue services needs. They're proffering just under $69,000 towards Parks and Rec. And they are proffering now $240,000, which was a change to offset the impacts of school services. They're also, they've agreed to initiate a program known to most as Hometown Heroes to provide financial assistance to further affordable housing by offering a stipend to King George County school employees and King George government employees in order to buy homes in the development. They've adopted an emergency access plan and have agreed to install an AED. Okay. Potential impacts with utilities. The project will be served by public water and sewer. The applicant and service authority had previously entered into a reimbursement agreement in 2016, where the developer agreed to install the on-site and off-site infrastructure necessary for water and sewer extensions, and the service authority agreed to rebate these costs through the money collected through the connection fees, with a cap of $660,000. A fiscal impact was provided that showed a net positive result of just under $85,000 annually over the next 30 years. Davenport Public Finance did provide a third-party review of that and concluded, and I quote, "From the standpoint of impact to operating revenues versus expenditures, the analysis produces a modestly positive to break-even result." From a traffic perspective, it is estimated the development will generate 742 trips per day. The existing, again, they're not existing 42 lots, but they're existing approved 42 lots by the board, have a projection of 396 trips per day. The applicant notes the development is expected to have a negligible impact to the nearest intersection of consequence. Sheriff Giles does note in a letter dated March 22nd of this year, the project could pose a safety issue navigating Owens Drive due to the additional traffic. VDOT has reviewed the application and has acknowledged that a turn lane is not warranted there. From an environmental perspective, there are wetlands on the property as mentioned, however, no RPA is present. The new stormwater facilities will be located in more feasible locations. The existing unfinished ponds will be abandoned and shall remain natural. Again, public safety, they have the applicants proffered just over $78,000 to offset the impact the additional dwelling units, if approved, will have on emergency services. Chief Moody has weighed in on the application, noting that the annual calls estimated for by right would be about 16 calls, where the additional dwelling would generate 23. The rezoning would result in approximately 22 additional students per year, in addition to the projection for the by right 42 homes. Superintendent Dr. Boyd states that King George County Schools believes there will be a significant impact on the school division based on the addition of 100 houses. That's total, as opposed to the delta of what's already approved. Based on school attendance and building capacity, Davenport, again, our third-party financial, notes that to the extent that the proposed development results in the need to expand existing school facilities, this is a material impact to the financial analysis and should be further evaluated. I'll get into it a little later, but this is in part why the applicant has upped their proffer to $240,000 for schools. This is a table that was provided to us by the school department. Again, I don't want to repeat information that I've already stated, but again, the applicant has proffered to pay the $2,400 per dwelling unit or $240,000 to offset the impacts that this project will have on schools. The development is located in the Dahlgren settlement area, and as you are all aware, this is one of the primary locations designated for future residential development and community facilities in the county, including the possibility for potential rezoning to a more dense residential and mixed-use zoning district. More information about on the comprehensive plan and the relevant policies can be found in your application packet. Moving on to the exception requests. This is a summary. In summary, they are requesting 3 subdivision exceptions as part of this rezoning. The first being an exception from the requirements so that the subdivision can just be served by the one entrance. They're also requesting an exception to the required number of interparcel connections and an exception to the maximum length of cul-de-sac. As you are fully aware, the governing body may grant an exception to the requirements of the ordinance when the subdivider can meet the following. If strictly adhered to, the specific requirement would cause undue hardship, that this hardship is not generally shared by other subdivisions, and that the granting of such exceptions will have no substantially adverse effect on the future residents of the proposed subdivision, nor upon any property adjoining the subdivision. Okay, so we'll go through the first exception here. Sorry, that got cut off. I won't read to you what that says, but the bottom line is they are, based on the number of lots, they would be required by our ordinance to have 2 accesses to an existing primary or secondary road. At this point, they're showing the one entrance that is currently constructed right there. As part of their justification, they do have limited road frontage. There's no practical direct access to Route 301. They have designed Hazelnut Lane to be divided, which would lessen the chance that the ingress egress would be blocked. As you know, one of the reasons for requiring an additional entrance connection is if there was an accident or an emergency in which people had to get out, if one side was blocked. As part of having the divider here, if one side is blocked, traffic can still be funneled in and out with police direction through either the entrance or the exit. A gated emergency access has also been provided for first responders in case of an emergency. Staff notes that the subject parcels do have limited road frontage, that the applicant has provided an emergency entrance as well as that split divided entrance that I just talked about. It should also be noted that the existing subdivision that's already been approved was granted virtually the same exception from this requirement. And therefore, based on that, the Department of Community Development staff recommends approval of this particular exception. At the September Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission did recommend that the Board of Supervisors deny the subdivision exception request that allows the Planning Commission to require more than one direct access. Again, that's just summarizing. Now we're going on to exception number 2. I won't read that. Again, this shows that based on the number of lots, they're proposing 100 lots, so they would be required to have 2 interparcel connections. The GDP is currently, as revised, is currently showing just that 1 interparcel connection. Additionally, originally Pewter Lane was going to serve as an interparcel connection. That was the applicant's original intent. And it goes on and on, but the reason for that is due to the wetlands that separate the adjacent parcel from Pewter Lane. So if they actually made that connection through Pewter Lane, it would require the crossing of a substantial creek and associated wetlands. Staff notes that in section 8.3.1D of the subdivision ordinance that the Board of Supervisors may grant an exception for the required number of access connections where it can be demonstrated that in part impact to wetlands or other sensitive environmental features make that connection impractical. Staff notes that there do appear to be wetlands where that connection was originally planned to take place. A connection to other surrounding parcels does not appear to be practical. Therefore, community development staff recommends approval of this exception. At the September Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission also recommended that the Board of Supervisors approve the subdivision exception request for the reduction of number of interparcel connections from 2 to 1 by allowing Pewter Lane as proffered to remain a gravel road and not be in the future connected. Again, based on the likely presence of wetlands. Finally, moving on to exception request number 3 for an exception to the maximum length of the cul-de-sac street. As you can see, Hazelnut Lane here is, as constructed, is about 825 feet. In R3 that the applicant is proposing to rezone to, the maximum length is 600 feet. This road is already fully constructed and there are 2 existing houses that are currently fronting on this road. When staff analyzed this, staff noted that the original road was constructed with the maximum length of the road in an agricultural district. That's what the applicant thought that they were going to build out their subdivision in. The rezoning would make that road now exceed that maximum length for an R3 zoning district. As noted, the road's already constructed. Because of its length, it's important to note that the cul-de-sac road will be able to then serve as one of their 2 required interparcel connections. So in staff's opinion, the applicant has met the requirements for the exception, and therefore staff recommends approval of this exception as well. At the same September Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission heard the exception and recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny this exception for an increase in the allowable cul-de-sac length. Their reason being that the applicant had prior knowledge of the road being constructed in a manner that was inconsistent with the R3 maximum length, and that the applicant has not provided convincing information that it is actually temporary and the interparcel connection will happen in the future. There have been several amendments since that Planning Commission meeting in September. I will not read them all to you. They are all included in your packet and have largely been reviewed throughout this presentation. Pewter Lane was one of those that we talked about due to environmental wetlands considerations. The pump station access road will have an access gate that will be accessible by both the association and fire and rescue. Again, the major change here since that meeting is that they have now proffered the $240,000 for county schools. And that's just language on proffers and timing. Again, as noted, they've adopted an emergency action plan. A copy of that plan is included in the staff report. And they will also install one AED. The applicant had previously formed a homeowners association for the project. They will modify the declaration for the project to require that the association shall be managed by a professional HOA management company, which would be responsible for the creation of the association budgets, the maintenance of the associated common areas, stormwater management facilities, amenities, the management and coordination of all leases of units in the project, as well as enforcements of the covenants against both tenants as well as owners. And some of this is really just some housekeeping notes that have previously been, just housekeeping. There have been some supplemental documents that have been provided since the Planning Commission meeting, including a letter of support from King George Economic Development Authority and an exhibit from Reduced Impact to Bayberry Neighbors. This is all, we've talked about this. The superintendent of schools believes the development will have a significant impact on staffing, equipment, and facilities. The lack of a second entrance could cause increased traffic and congestion on Owens, as well as raise safety concerns. But the applicant is proposing to mitigate the staffing and resource concerns for safety by guaranteeing cash proffers based on the fiscal impact analysis that was submitted and reviewed. Rezoning to a higher density is in keeping with the comprehensive plan. The design of the development now does shrink the footprint and remove building lots and ineffective stormwater infrastructure from low-lying areas. The new footprint should result in smaller impact to environment as clearing, impervious surface, et cetera. Project will also provide an opportunity to expand water and sewer services that will generate revenue for the service authority. The comprehensive plan notes a need for mixed housing types, which this community is now proposing. And for all these reasons, the Department of Community Development staff recommends approval of the rezoning. At the September Planning Commission meeting, the Planning Commission heard it and recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the rezoning application. They base that on increased density concerns and insufficient mitigation of impacts to traffic and primary road access limitations and internal circulation limitations. And I end with the overall pretty picture of the proposed development. If there are any questions, I would be happy to take those.
Thank you, Ms. Ferrugi. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Ferrugi with the staff's report? Okay. Did the applicant want to say anything before we open public comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Mr. Miller, Ms. Lackey, and other esteemed King George County staff that are in attendance tonight. I got to say, it's been a long evening for all of us, I'm sure, but it's really a great evening to have been here for all the celebration of all the great service that is provided to King George County. The project that we're presenting tonight is the culmination of years of work together with many stakeholders. We approach this as a developer, but also as interested locals. Taxpayers in King George County who have invested time and money here and want great things for the county. After working this project to ground and with so many associated with the county, we only have a better appreciation for the citizens and of this historic place. As such, we hope that you can find to support the Walnut Hill project and allow us to provide more with the opportunity to live, bank, pray, play, and work in King George County. Over the years, but more specifically since the Planning Commission hearing, where we really started our public journey over the last several months, and quite a few people were in attendance to oppose our project, we've had the opportunity to listen and make changes to our project, which you've seen a lot of evidence of here just from Ms. Ferrugi, and thank Ms. Ferrugi for her presentation.
Um, Two things that we had happen were community meetings, where we had nearly 70 people in attendance to review and hear the changes and modifications that we've made to the project. We had the opportunity to speak with Chief Moody, who you'll see the evidence of in our emergency plan, as a lot of his suggestions were being implemented. Another one that wasn't mentioned in the emergency plan is the item that was discussed in the ordinance change with the maximum sill height. We've agreed to have a maximum sill height for our homes, for our townhomes specifically, to accommodate the equipment available in King George County. In addition, we've spoken with Mr. Miller, Mr. Minor in the Economic Development Authority, Mr. Clark with the Parks and Recreations Department, and all these individuals had multiple conversations over the course of our working on this project and getting to where we're presenting it to you today. Extensive discussions with the planning staff, Ms. Lackey and her predecessor, Mr. Britton, the Water Service Authority, Mr. Hoagland and Mr. Young, Dr. Boyd, VDOT, and our immediate neighbors, Ms. Payne, Ms. Shelkey of note, the Stevens, Doug and Tanya Stevens, and then of course the residents of Bayberry. Of note, we've had several conversations with Ms. Payne and Ms. Shelkey, and I'll be honest enough to say that I don't know that there's anything we can do to appease them or make them happy with what's going on, but I assure you that we'll continue to work with them, and in the event that we are approved tonight, that we would provide as much mitigation to the impacts that we're providing to their residents as possible. Of note, however, is I had the opportunity to meet Doug and Tanya Stevens at their home. They invited me to their home, and I sat down with them and went through the changes, and they agreed that the modifications that we were making to the project improved it from their perspective. I believe there's also a letter in the package tonight from Karen Jones, who's a prominent resident of the Bayberry subdivision, who lays out pretty strongly that we've worked hard, talked with them, trying to figure out where there could be solutions to the issues that they were having, and reached a conclusion that we had done just about everything that we could do for them to this point, and we're satisfied with where we were today. So over the course of this project, we've again listened and molded it to its present form, and we believe the result is the best possible project for our residents and for the citizens of King George County in the Dahlgren settlement area. Do we have a PowerPoint? PowerPoint is really an illustrative way of showing you some of the changes to be able to talk with you them quickly through with you, and really we're probably going to repeat a little bit of what Ms. Ferrugi brought up, and I apologize for that, but we're putting it to pictures. As we've discussed, this has been a years-long process. Since our involvement with it, we had the 42 lot subdivision that we initially began work on. We began work on to the point that the areas in green that you see there are completed. There's infrastructure there, there's the roads there, as you've heard. There's water and sewer lines that have been made available to those lots, and they are ready to go. The areas in blue that we have provided in this illustration are areas where there's been rough grading, but nothing is finished, and frankly, there's a lot of work to be done there. The new plan incorporates 25 single-family homes and 75 townhomes. Some of the problems that we experienced when we got into the dirt and working on the 42 lot subdivision was in, let's see here. There we go. The area down here where we had 11 lots available was there was a high water table. There was difficulty establishing the stormwater ponds to a degree that we felt satisfied, that we felt like we could construct them and turn them over to the county in a reliable way. Out of that, we began a discussion with the county planning staff and the utility staff about what alternatives could be provided and executed to preserve the 42 lot subdivision. After spending nearly a year in those discussions, We came to the conclusion that there was no alternative that would satisfy the county. We continued those conversations in a different direction, out of which the suggestion that a townhouse community may be something that would be a positive thing for King George County. And of note, there's not a lot of townhouses in King George County. And the Fredericksburg Area Realtors Association has pointed out that as few as 2 townhouses have been sold in the last 2 years in the entire county. Getting back to this point, we have gotten out of the low area, and we're going to increase the area of open space by 20 acres to nearly 100 acres. The fiscal impacts of the project are significant. We reworked an arrangement with the Water Service Authority, moving from the 42 lot agreement to the 100 lot agreement, and renegotiated it in a way where the reimbursement to our entity would not be increased. We maintained the same level that we agreed to 4 or 5 years ago, leaving the county, the Water Service Authority, to be the benefactor of the additional tap fees. So we're going to go from $172,000 for tap fees with the 42 home subdivision to $1.3 million in tap fees that goes directly to the Water Service Authority. In addition to that, there will be about $2.4 million in billing revenue that would be generated over the next 30 years for the Water Service Authority. Net revenue is operating costs. We're looking at real estate taxes and other income from the residents to the county, as well as accounting for the expenses for each of those individual residents. We're going from 1.8 to 4.3 million dollars. And then with the 100 lot project, we're going from 0 proffers for fire and safety, parks and rec, and schools to the numbers that we have provided. And that number is not correct. It should be $240,000. Hometown Heroes is a project that is catching some traction in certainly the residential development area, where we're taking into consideration the idea of live here, bank here, pray here, play here, and work here, so that those that serve the community can have the opportunity to be here in the community. And it's a product that's been arranged already with the United Way, who will supervise it and administer it. Here we have an illustration of us getting out of the bottom. Here are the 11 on the left side of the image on the left. We have the 11 lots that we're taking away. But a big factor for Bayberry residents was the proximity and location of our products to them. And so clearly we are demonstrating that there's a significant increase in the distance between Bayberry's residents and the closest residents that will be in Walnut Hill. Another major concern to Bayberry, as you all well know, is the water issues that they have. So in the 42 lot plan, we can't help but see that there's some water flow that could potentially impact Bayberry in the upper directions, these first 2 arrows. So by backing out of the bottom, abandoning those 11 lots, and reconfiguring our storm water plan, we're able to take just about all the water away from the Bayberry subdivision that would be of concern. And in addition to that, we're actually slowing the water even more. Of course, you know that we're charged with controlling the water in such a fashion that it's moving off our property slower than when we began. And our cubic feet per second is even reduced with this new reconfiguration. As I mentioned before, there are benefits to the Water Service Authority. There's going to be 58 new connections. $1.15 million in new tap fees. I was actually wrong. I said 2.4 million earlier. $5.4 million in service fees over the next 30 years. Again, all direct benefit to the Water Service Authority. In addition, we've constructed, and that's actually a picture of it in place, ready to go, of $1 million pump station for the water network in the Dahlgren area, which will have the benefits of improving pressure for fire safety and fire service, as well as have the benefit of having the ability to tie in two other networks. I think St. Paul's and the other one escapes me, but there's going to be a network reaffirming. In general, there are also benefits to the King George community. I already mentioned the Hometown Heroes. As was indicated before by Ms. Farugi, the comprehensive plan says there's a need for mixed-use housing in King George County. And of course, this is a quote from the letter of support from the Economic Development Authority and its chairman, indicating that this is a product that would be welcomed in King George County and its residents. The next few slides are for the exception requests, but with your indulgence, I would suggest that Ms. Farugi covered those fairly well, and I'll just kind of show them to you and move on through them. Of course, I mentioned that one of the parties that we were engaged in significant conversation was Virginia Department of Transportation. This slide reflects at least one thing to me, and that is that King George County has done a good job of communicating with VDOT about their needs in the Dahlgren area to the tune of $51 million in road improvements that are on the books, planned, and ready to go for that area. Certainly, there's a lot of concern over the traffic and the nice bridge and the improvements there, creating additional congestion, but help is on the way. A lot of discussion about traffic, and certainly those of us all of us in this region are impacted by traffic today. It's hard not to be. This is a graph that indicates the total number of daily trips, excuse me, is 742, and the graph indicates the gauge in which you have to satisfy in order to get to a low volume roadway submission or even to a more detailed traffic study. And we are well below those thresholds. As a product of our conversations with the community, we believe we're taking a modern approach to this neighborhood. Public roads, so they will be maintained. They'll be delivered to standards that satisfy the Department of Transportation and then subsequently maintained by those. We're going to have a professionally managed homeowners association. Of course, it'll maintain the common areas. It'll help maintain the books, make sure all the bills are being paid. They'll be in charge of regulating the permitted parking for the extra spaces that are available. And then there'll also be rental controls. We've heard from several folks that were concerns about renters and levels of renters that may be able to be incorporated in these homes. And so we are going to set up the homeowners association to prevent that, discourage that from happening. There'll be strict regulations for any leases which will require the homeowner and the homeowners association to be a part of those leases. And in addition, we're offering two different products of housing. Of course, we have the impact of the King George schools. After consulting with Dr. Boyd on his most recent table, upon his suggestion and review of Weldon Cooper being a source of a methodology to compute how many students would be generated by our development, we ended up with the number here and in agreement with Dr. Boyd that there would be 28 potential students established. Emergency preparedness is, again, a direct benefit from our conversations with Chief Moody, who was incredibly accessible and informative in our conversations. But we wanted to take into consideration the situation that we have with only one entrance. So as a part of our HOA documents and our declaration, we're going to have evacuation routes and maps provided to each of the residents. They're going to be emergency and non-emergency contacts made available to their fingertips. Suggestions on evacuation procedures, requirements for smoke detector and fire extinguishers, and for access, secondary access for emergency services. The road that comes off of 206 or Dahlgren Road will be equipped with an emergency gate and have a Knox box available for the emergency services to access that gate and enter that gate. Again, this is a road that has access onto 206 now that is not acceptable for regular vehicular traffic, but it is there and will be maintained as we have the pump station along that road. In addition, a great suggestion that Chief Moody made was the opportunity to provide an automated external defibrillator to the residents of Walnut Hill. And with that, we'd ask for your consideration and support tonight.
Do we have any questions for the applicant? Ben.
No, but I have just one quick, looking at the time, should we make a motion to extend before we start public comment?
If you want to, sure.
I'll make a motion to, would it be amend the bylaws to go past 12 o'clock?
Is you can make a motion to suspend the rules, and actually, Ms. Washington has a sample motion if you'd like it.
Yes, I would like the sample motion. I just wanted to do that before the public comment because I don't want to interrupt.
Just hand it to one, Ms. Bender.
I'll do it.
That's all.
Thank you. I move to suspend Article 3, Section A2 of the King George County Board of Supervisors bylaws and rules of procedure to allow this December 19th, 2023 meeting in progress to extend past 12 a.m. for no more than, do we want to set an hour? I'll say to allow this December 19th, 2023 meeting in progress to extend past 12 a.m. in accordance with Article 3, Section A2A of the bylaws and rules of procedure. This motion shall only pass with the concurring vote of 4 of the board members.
Second. Motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right. And was there anything else?
That was it. Thank you.
We're going to open the floor for public comment. If you have public comment, please come up, state your name and your address.
My name is Will Lewis, 15392 Fleming Street. A quick general comment, first of all. I know there's been a lot of frustration in the community just about the process and how this has played out. The Planning Commission was held in September. This room was full. There were people standing everywhere. I think overwhelmingly against. I think they've made some attempts to talk to the community, but it was put on the agenda for October. It was pulled at the last minute. There were people here who wanted to speak against it. The same thing happened in November. And here we are in December, right 5 days before Christmas. People are getting out of town. King George County Schools, this is their last day today. There are a lot of folks who couldn't be here because they're gone, because it's the holiday season. It is 11:30 and we're doing this. This just doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel respecting the public and respecting people. It really just doesn't. 2 things I want to say. I'm not against development. I'm not. I think if we do it smart, it's great because it benefits everybody. But I teach in Charles County and I made the decision to live here because Charles County does things that don't make sense. They just do. There is not going to be 29 students from this subdivision. There just isn't. There's 100 homes. If half of the homes had 1 kid, that's 50. That's not how, 2, most families have 2. It's not going to be 29 kids. And we're building this. I appreciate the proffer money, the $200,000 for the schools, but we're working on math that doesn't make sense. 29 students is not what this is going to be. It's going to be a lot more than that. And the traffic study, and I've heard this from members of the community, the traffic study was done in March. If anyone who's lived in this community for any amount of time understands, traffic in March is not the same as traffic in May or June or July or August or September. It's just not. And it feels like we've used 2 funny math surveys to get us where we want to go. I think the townhome portion of this is what's pulling the community against it. If this was just, listen, we can't build on half of this. Unfortunately, you bought a piece of land you can't build on. That was your mistake. If we pulled out the townhome portion and just did some single family homes with what we can do with the footprint, I don't think people would be against it. But we're jamming 100 residences into this small area. We have a traffic study that was done at a terrible time. We have a really shaky assessment of schools. And I appreciate the outreach that's been done to the community. And there's been some things that I think that they've done to make it better. But they took a really bad proposal and they made it less bad. And I really don't think we should be in the realm of approving something that went from really bad to less bad. I think that this is, I'm sorry that they bought something that they couldn't really develop the way they wanted to, but this isn't the right way to do it. It's not right to approve this at now 11:26 at night after canceling public hearings twice, after hearing the overwhelming rejection from the Planning Commission. This just doesn't feel right. I feel sorry that they're losing money on this project, but I urge you to vote no on this. This just doesn't feel right. It stinks. And I hope you have a great holiday season.
Chairman, Supervisors, my name is Leslie Shelkey, 15242 Walnut Hill. Absolutely everything that man said times 10, especially about it being tonight. And that is something that I specifically spoke to in November when I asked you to defer it. If Gerald Properties could ask for all these deferrals, I wanted a deferral. I'm sitting here tonight, this time of night, paying time and a half for a caregiver that was supposed to leave at 5:30, 6 o'clock tonight. Time and a half. Who's paying for that? Not y'all, not Gerald, not Hicks, me. Okay. When whoever she is, the blonde, sorry, I can't. Anyhow, when it was approved in 2015 for the 42 homes, that was cluster housing, that was already an exception. 42 homes, it had 2 roads approved. Now they're talking about taking one of those roads away and leaving 1. There's a big difference between 42 homes and 2 roads and 100 homes and 1 road. Big difference. Also, the amount of traffic, somewhere around 400 cars for 42 homes. Now you're talking 742 cars for 100 homes. Now, when they did that estimate for the 100 homes, they didn't count the other 3 homes that are already there. There were 14 trips out of my property within 4 hours today. 14 trips. Caregivers, plumbers, myself. 14 trips. Okay, so tack that on to the 742. Now, if you do the math, your busiest times going in and out of properties are between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. You take that, the trips out of my house, Rose Payne's house, to Stevens' house, let's just say 800, make it even. In those 12 hours, that's going to be 66 vehicles in an hour going out of one road. 66 vehicles on Owens Drive in 1 hour, trying to go either to Sheets or onto 624. That is a lot of congestion onto Owens Drive. That's too much for one road to handle. And the kids, come on, really? We're not idiots here, we're adults, come on. Those numbers make absolutely no sense whatsoever. Now, all right, ding, ding, I'm done. I won't make you tell me to get away.
Rose Payne, 15123 Hazelnut Lane. I hear that word exception, and if I understand it correctly, it's when the board grants a change from the county ordinance, and sometimes that's a good thing. You made that exception for the 42 because there's only one access to a secondary road. So I'm wondering how you can justify that same access to a secondary road for 100 homes as opposed to 42. I also wonder why the county didn't say no more develop until you fix not stormwater, but erosion problems that was caused because of the way the land was prepared to be developed. That's why we're here tonight. Instead of going ahead with the 42, they came back with what? 100? Why? Did you ask that question? Why? I think I know the answer. It's money. If you have more homes, you have more money to fix the problem that exists. I also have heard from the community about the impact on the schools. My main concern, you know, is the traffic. I live there, and yes, during the summer months, we really pick up. So I'm asking you to really look again and ask from your hearts and your conscience, are you really hearing the taxpayers and the citizens who hired you to represent us for this kind of issue? You've all been working hard, I know, and I know you've been working 2 years on a lot of things that you've been talking about. As far as Mr. Stevens in our community, he's only been there about 2 years, so he doesn't have the full story that Leslie and I have. No, I'm not against development. I made an exception myself for these folks for their 42 homes. I changed my driveway, and it has not been without some problems. But I'm not against development, and I think people have the right to develop their land responsibly. But let's face it, traffic is going to be an issue. And can you imagine the emergency if they're going to allow their homeowners to go out of the same gate that the emergency vehicles are coming in? I don't know how that works either. Maybe they've got a better plan that they haven't shared. I also noticed that the number of vehicles they quoted to us coming out today was 800 plus. It suddenly went down to 700. I don't know how that happened. But anyway, I hope you all have a blessed Merry Christmas, and thank you for letting me speak. Once again, you've probably heard me for the last time on this project.
Mr. Danzu, anyone online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Did anyone receive correspondence to be read into the record for this public hearing?
There was that one letter from Karen Jones.
I saw that as well. I didn't see that it said to be read in
So I
necessarily.
was going to wonder if we could add it to the record. I'll send it to Ms.
You mind forwarding it on? Okay.
And it was in support.
Okay. In that case, I will close public comment.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I also got one, but it was not asked to
You read?
be read. So I will then send that in and to make sure, but it was a group.
Okay.
Group of 5, and they were against the project.
Opposed.
Opposed, correct.
Okay. Thank you. That was a group of 5, you said. All right. Then I'll bring it back. I don't know if the candidate wanted to address any of the comments made. If you want to, you are welcome to, and then we'll deliberate.
Thank you for this opportunity, Mr. Chairman. What I can say is that we've done the very best we can to work with all the stakeholders in the county, talk with all the neighbors, the result of which has been some positive outcomes. The modifications and changes that we're making to this 100-lot proposed project versus the 42 lot is making it from a potentially unsuccessful project to a successful project in the physical sense as much as anything. We're getting out of the bottom area, we're protecting the environmental area, we're getting further away from Bayberry. We're doing a lot of things to make it better. So I take that with the gentleman that spoke earlier in the sense that it's going to be a project that works for everyone. It will not be a maintenance issue for the county in the future. So I think we have made it better. The Stevens and their brief stay in King George County at that location, we talked about the modifications. We're moving further away from their house. There were some other things that they appreciated from the changes that we made to the plan. But there was another product of the conversations that we've had with our neighbors, and that was with Ms. Payne. Ms. Payne represents just a moment ago that she had to move her driveway. But we worked with her to be able to actually keep the driveway largely where it existed. Her driveway came across onto the Walnut Hill Farm property, and we created an easement for her out of our conversations with her so that she continued to have access and have her driveway in the same exact location that it was. with the exception that she now comes on Hazelnut Lane in order to access Owens Drive instead of having her driveway go directly to Owens itself. But again, out of conversations and cooperation with her to try and accommodate her, we had no problem at all granting her an easement over that property so that she could maintain the majority of her driveway where it was. Again, conversations, discussions, the products of which we do think that we evolved, continue to modify and improve the project to where it is today. And again, we ask that you approve.
Thank you. I'll bring it back to the board for deliberation and discussion.
I just wanted to make a couple comments because I appreciate everyone who spoke to us today. I appreciate everybody has given their pluses and minuses and concerns. What I even walked the property with, I always call you Leslie, Miss May. I always forget your last name, but I know you as Leslie. And she gave me a good history lesson of the property. And when I walked the property, I saw the erosion that was done, and it still strikes me in the head to make sure to protect the residents of Bayberry. Now, is this project perfect in every way? No. But I think about, we're kind of taking what could have been not the best and making it a little better, and the staff did help with it over the years. I was not here when it was originally approved, but VDOT, you talk about the traffic counts. VDOT, I've argued with VDOT my whole 6 years on this board, and they don't listen. They still think Indiantown is okay and doesn't need a traffic circle, or this doesn't need a red light. They have certain standards, and unfortunately, even though we might, as residents who live here, feel that that area needs more addressing, it doesn't meet their metrics. Just like one other thing is down, it's late at night and I'm blocking on the name of it, but there is another developer who's built several houses down, I think it's Mount Moriah, I'm trying to think of the name, Matthias Point, towards Matthias Point. It's by right. And so he adds a traffic count on that road constantly, but at least Gerald Properties has given us something for the schools, something to alleviate, but that developer, because they don't have to, it's by right, but they add on to the traffic, they add to the schools, but they don't give a proffer. I don't know how to make this perfect. I don't think you can make it perfect, but at least with this way, it protects the residents of Bayberry from some environmental concerns that unfortunately are there because of the way it was cleared many years ago, and it needs to be addressed to try to protect them. Is this perfect? No, but I don't know if we could make it perfect for everyone involved, but I do appreciate, and I've thought long and hard about this, and then you mentioned the school study. Unfortunately, Weldon Cooper is the standard in the whole state of Virginia for census data and data management, and they have all these metrics. I'm not a financial person. I don't understand all the metrics, but they're the ones that come up with it, and the state of Virginia and a lot of places use them. So I guess if a lot of people disagree with those metrics, then Weldon Cooper is flawed, but I'm not going to get into that conversation with UVA. Other people can. But I don't know. I'd like to hear more of my colleagues, but that's where I stand. I was ready to vote for this, believe it or not, when it came up in October, September. And I do appreciate talking to everybody. I know I'm not going to make Ms. Payne happy and Leslie happy, but I think I've done my due diligence, including walking the property. And I wish Ms. Leslie had told me about all the bugs in that, but I got some ticks from that day, but I appreciate, but she did tell me. As I'm trying to take it a joke. It's bad. It's late at night. My joke's not going over well, but it's an interesting, unique property. And I think this was probably maybe the best that can be done with the conditions that are there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Gerald, Mr. Hicks, I appreciate that you all worked on this, alleviating some of Bayberry's problems. The schools, the fire and rescue, and so on and so on. I appreciate what you've done. I just don't think it's good enough at this point for me to go over top of the hill. So the schools and the and the traffic are the two big impacts that I'm concerned of. I think that the numbers are flawed, and I understand we've had these conversations of where you got those numbers and so forth and so on. But I would have to say a reasonable person would have to believe that there'd be a lot more kids there, which would be a lot more impact. And I appreciate what you've tried to do. Maybe we can work in the future, but my votes will have to be no this evening. Thank you.
Would agree with Mr. Collins in regards to the concerns with this project. Impacts to schools are a big one. In our high school, I think was 160 over capacity currently. An increase of anything at that point, higher density residential is going to have an impact on it, and it's a concern of mine. It's a big concern of mine. It's just the situation we're at right now. We have capital needs, and we're working to address them. So
I want to thank everyone for coming out this evening. I'm also looking at this from my service authority hat, and we need the connections. But to me, this is a perfect example of why water operations should be under the County Board of Supervisors, because it would seem to me that the needs of the service authority at times conflict with the needs of the county in land use matters. I think that's where I'm coming from. Thank you.
Guys, I really appreciate everything you've done. I like the plan. I think it's, as the gentleman in the back said, it was made it less bad by changing all this. When it was put in the first place, whoever's finger pointing messed up and did the grading and the stormwater management and everything back then. It was just done wrong. Like I said, I really liked the project, but it's in the wrong place. I've driven up and down that road, while they were originally building it, 20 years ago. And I did walk it with the staff, and we did go around and we met there and laid everything out. I know the issues in Bayberry, the flooding issues in Bayberry. This could definitely help it. But I don't think it's going to solve it. And the school numbers, I agree with everybody up here. I just don't think they're right. There's ratios, there's formulas, there's everything. Just go and look at Mallard's Landing and go there at 6 o'clock when the school bus comes, or in the afternoon, and look at the amount of kids that get off of the buses. There's a pile of kids. And besides that, the traffic. I made a mistake. I was coming home from Maryland. Yes, I'm sorry. And I turned right at Sheets, went up that road, and I got there 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I bet you it was 25 minutes for me to get through that intersection at the Dahlgren and Owens Drive. And I just think the traffic there is just too much for this amount of houses. So I can't get on board with this extra 100 houses. If it was, 100 total, but if it was less townhomes, and that's a possibility, but I can't get on board, and I just don't think the numbers are right.
Okay. If there's no other discussion, I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move to go with the Planning Commission's recommendations and deny rezoning application number 2202Z01 to rezone with proffers tax map 9-10 parcels 1 through 42, A, B, and C portion from A2 to rural agricultural district to R3 multifamily dwelling district.
Second.
All right, we have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say, so this is for denying the rezoning case. So if you vote in favor, it's to deny it. For all those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. The rezoning request is denied. So I know there were a handful of other recommendations from the Planning Commission. Ms. Lyke, do we need to vote upon those other ones? The
Yes, I would recommend that the board take formal action. I think you could do it by block vote on the, given the
sorry, so-
utility because of the lack of rezoning. You could use that as a basis.
I'll entertain a motion if anyone wants to make one. So the Planning Commission also, I would entertain a motion to deny the subdivision exception request for an exception for the requirement of section 831B so the subdivision can be served by one entrance.
Second.
So so moved. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion properly second. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. So the other two more recommendations, I'd entertain a motion to approve subdivision exception request for a reduction in the number of constructed interparcel connections.
So moved.
Chairman Granger, could you read that again?
Approve subdivision exception request for a reduction in a number of constructed interparcel connections.
Can we wait to see if there's a second? I have a question on that.
So we have a motion. I will second it as chair. I think I'm still allowed to do that. Is that correct, Ms. Lyke? Am I allowed to actually? I will second it just to move on to discussion. All right, Ms. Minder, you had a question?
My question, how does that affect, so the motion was denied, so we have to go back to the 42 houses. How does that affect the original project? That's the question I have. Could the applicant or Ms. Lyke?
Rudy, would you be able to speak to that?
I would offer, Mr. Chair, that just provides them perhaps some clarity on if they want to revise the project and resubmit it. They can maybe see where there is some, where the will of the board stands on that issue.
So let me just clarify. So by approving that, it gives them more leeway or?
No, it would set on the record what the position is with regard to the conditions that Ms. Ferrugi mentioned that you consider the exception request for the interparcel connector. So based on the special circumstances of this subdivision, rezoning is denied. However, if everything else was in order, the board would support the interparcel connection.
Not having, only having.
Exception from.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted clarification.
You good, Ms. Minder? Okay, did anyone else have any other questions about it? This is to approve the exemption request for a reduction in the number of constructed interparcel connections. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right, and then I'll entertain a motion to deny subdivision exception request for an increase in the allowable cul-de-sac length.
So moved.
I have a motion. I will second it. So this is to deny subdivision exception request for an increase in the allowable cul-de-sac length. So we have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any questions or any discussion? All in favor say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Hey. Chair votes aye, motion fails. So that has not been denied. That doesn't make it automatically approved though, I don't believe. So I would entertain a motion if someone wanted to make one Ms. Psyche, we need to make a motion to approve it if the majority of the board wanted to actually approve it, not just deny it.
Yes, I'd recommend that the motion be made. The motion can be made to approve the
Subdivision
increase
exception.
in the allowable cul-de-sac length in the particular circumstances of this development.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. All those in favor, I'm sorry, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Chair votes nay. Motion carries. Okay. I believe that was the last of our public hearings. So, you want to take a 5-minute recess, Ms. Binder? Okay, we'll take a 5-minute recess. I think that come back from recess now, and so I know we just have a few little items left. We first have the county administrator's report. Mr. Miller.
I'll wait for it to be pulled up, but there's going to be a couple items on here. Hang on. There's an amended version that, okay, so let me go really quickly, two things that require action. One is going to be the general ledger account for the bond issue for the preschool project and the new fire station. I wanted to see if we can get a motion to establish a general ledger account. This is per Miss Hahn, so that the funds are properly put in the right place.
So anyone have any questions from Mr. Miller about that?
Yes, I had a clarifying question because in the information that was distributed, I guess would be the motion, it was talked about just the fire station and then the demolition of the old middle school.
We also did send you guys a copy of the preschool study.
Correct. We just got that today.
Right. So this is just establishing a general ledger. It is not saying you're set in stone on any of these projects, but you have to take and set up an account that the revenue that from the bond issue will go into, and then spending will be done as those decisions are made and as those things go forward. So this is not in any way meant to establish a set project, because we know that I think the new members of the Board of Supervisors have indicated they wanted to talk about the preschool project. I know that Chief Moody is obviously, we have a CIP approved fire station, but I think the concern would be how far off of that is it, based on what we're finding out with projects and materials and supplies. So this is not meant to say you're set in stone. This is meant to say, okay, you have a line item now in your budget that you receive the money in, and then when expenditures start occurring, you have something to track it against.
Okay, that makes sense. The only other thing I wanted to add to that is to make sure we send out to Mr. Collins and myself and the new board members the old middle school environmental evaluation packet. I appreciate that I finally got the preschool one and I got it on the courthouse, but I think it's important, especially for those that still think it could be saved, to show what
Yeah, we'll take care of that. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Not a problem. So what I would just need is a motion and a second.
So I'd entertain a motion to establish a general ledger account to record the initial budget as presented.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion properly second. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed, chair votes aye. Motion carries. Mr. Miller.
The second item that needs some action is we are burning Mr. Stewart at both ends right now. And so we are asking to appoint Miss Ferrugi, and I think she got her earned her pay tonight. I think it was a little trial run here, but we're asking to appoint her as the third party zoning administrator. BFG is already under contract with us as a third party consultant. And so what Miss Ferrugi would be doing is acting as the zoning administrator. And there is a letter that we did provide you all that kind of outlines how she proposes to do the services. This would allow Mr. Stewart to pull back from the zoning work, which is basically bogging him down in terms of actually serving as the interim community development director and working through all of those things. I will be very honest with you right now. Community development is Eeyore, the donkey from Winnie the Pooh, must be hanging around because there's like a black cloud over that department. They are losing a building official, a building inspector. We have difficulty trying to get Mr. Stewart some folks in there, and we are very grateful for the work of BFG. And I think that like I said, Ms. Ferrugi did a great job tonight. And so I would just need I'm going to read a statement here. I'd like to request that the board appoint Ms. Angela Ferrugi to serve as the county zoning administrator. Ms. Ferrugi is the managing member of Bagby, Ferrugi, and Good Pasture, also known as BFG. BFG currently assists the county by providing planning and zoning services via a procurement contract executed in August of this year. Ms. Ferrugi has provided notice to the county that she is willing to serve as the county's zoning administrator beginning on January 2nd, 2024. In accordance with the county's existing professional services contract with BFG. Ms. Ferrugi will be compensated at the same terms agreed upon in the procurement contract and will complete tasks as needed. In accordance with Section 5.1 of the current King George zoning ordinance, I ask that the board to appoint Ms. Ferrugi to serve as the county zoning administrator. The term of this appointment is indefinite until such time as a full-time staff member or other solution is identified by the Board of Supervisors and a new zoning administrator is named. It is understood that in the event that BFG has a conflict of interest with a particular task necessitating action by the zoning administrator, the Board of Supervisors will receive notice and staff recommendations on appointment of a zoning administrator solely for purposes of specific zoning cases. So that is my request.
So I'll ask, I understand, obviously, with the situation, staff leaving, that presents challenges, and backfilling with a contractor can make sense. Would the plan be, though, to at some point fill that with an in-house King George employee?
Yes, I mean, the plan is
just a holdover until we get to that point.
I don't want to speak for Mr. Stewart if he would like to speak on this, but I know that what he would like to do is the next person who's hired would obviously be slotted in as you know, either they have the background and that certification, or they'll get it going immediately so that we can have them start moving into that role.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, as Mr. Miller put it, that is the intention, is to find a full-time position solely for the zoning administrator role. If you remember, before Ms. Hall was appointed to the director, she acted solely in the zoning administrator role. It's quite a lot of responsibility for one person to hold, so that is the intention moving forward.
Thank you. In that case, I would entertain a motion to appoint Ms. Angela Ferrugi as a third-party zoning administrator as presented by Mr. Miller.
So moved.
Friendly amendment?
Sure.
For a temporary period beginning January 2nd, 2024, and continuing for the length of time needed by and requested by King George County.
I will make an amendment to my motion per Ms. Kupka's recommendation.
Second.
We have a motion probably seconded. Do we have any further discussion?
Yes, I just need to ask, how is this being paid for?
So we have a contract, well, a couple ways. First of all, we have a contract in place that not to exceed $50,000, because if it goes over $50,000, then you would come to you all and you would have to approve another contract for that amount. The other aspect of it is that naturally there is no one filling the role of a senior planner since Mr. Stewart was elevated to the interim community development role. So you're missing one there. There's actually, I think you're down 2 planners. So that there is room in there, and that's where the savings would be. I'm happy to provide you that information after this. Mr. Stewart has indicated that he will stay through doing zoning administrator through the end of next week, which is the 29th. But after that, he was hoping that Ms. Ferrugi could take over.
Thank you.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Welcome aboard, Ms. Ferrugi. And Mr. Stewart, I appreciate you filling in that role for this period of time and through the end of the week, I think it was.
Get this thing on. Mr. Chairman, if I can, I would like to thank yourself, Ms. Kupka, and Mr. Stonehill. See, I did it too. not only for your dedicated commitment to the county, but also to myself. It means a lot to me. You've always been very open. If I ever had a question came to you that was answered, thank you for coming in and seeing my office. Mr. Collins and Ms. Bender, I look forward to working with you in the future and hope to continue our many conversations. Thank you.
The other item that I have is just kind of some bad news. The new courthouse project, we are running into a real serious problem on what's known as a switch gear. That is the power supply. The unit that was supposed to be part of the what they ordered, what Branch Builds ordered, they indicated that they can't ship a new one until the 4th of June. This was something that they had been they had under control, and then the supplier came to them and said, we are looking at a serious lead time on this. And so what they are working on is a plan to look at either a rental unit or some kind of a refurbished one that they could install, and then the period of time of the 4th of July kind of time frame, they would probably need 5 days to switch back over to the new unit if it arrives. So they are working on this, but I just wanted to let you know that that is delaying this project somewhat. And the project is very well moving along. And if you're interested in doing some kind of a tour, we're happy to set that up. Myself, Mr. Messler, and Mr. Cusenberry did that last week, and very, very exciting to see what's taking shape, second floor and all the things, the holding units for the folks that are coming before the courts. If you haven't looked, the cupola is up. It's really exciting. And it really just lends to the classiness that I think that you're going to feel of your courthouse. But anyway, so it's a big issue. They're working through it. They've got some solutions. They're trying to figure out some things. I believe that the end of this week, they should have some answers, and we'll keep you all informed on that. The other item was to do a draft ordinance for the establishment of a public utility department. That obviously did not been tabled by the board of directors at the meeting previous to this, so that doesn't need to happen at this point.
Anything else?
That is it.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. In that case, I believe we just have a closed session.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session for discussion and consideration of the performance and compensation of the county attorney pursuant to State Code Section 2.2-3711A1. I invite the county attorney as needed because she is deemed necessary and/or her presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of the topic to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712F.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Dane.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We are in closed session. We have a motion.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting and certify by vote that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law, and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered during the closed meeting.
Second.
We have a motion properly seconded. We will take a vote by roll call. Mrs. Bender.
So certify.
Mrs. Kupka.
So certify.
Mr. Stonehill.
So certify.
I so certify. I skipped over Mr. Collins because he was not in it, so I'm assuming he would abstain. So we have approval, so we are back in open session, and I will entertain a motion if anyone wants to make one.
Mr. Chair, I have a motion.
Ma'am.
I move to amend the employment agreement of County Attorney Kelly Lackey to reflect a 2% increase in compensation.
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. Do we have any other business to bring before the board this evening? In that case, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until Tuesday, January 2nd at 6:30 p.m. in the Robert H. Combs boardroom.
So moved.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. All of those, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed, chairs vote aye. Motion carries. We're adjourned.